All right, guys, welcome back to another session. I think we're on 117.
Who
Not sure.
knows, really?
I think it is. Last we left off, we finished the checkpoint 3 of the Zone 1 Earthly Path opportunity, I think.
Hmm.
Now we're going shopping. Ah,
Arguably one of the most difficult sessions. Oh,
I agree.
I need to go collect your tokens.
So we do not have a Casey, our good old Lyron yet. But we
Something
do
happened.
have a wonderful tree and a flying companion.
Do you want to be
To
Poe or Tree Poe?
William, are you muted? You are muted.
Not Treepo.
Not Tree Poe.
Unless you think we're going to be fighting.
Just fighting with our wallets.
Rowing down the weight of money.
Yeah. Queue up. All right. Put you at the very bottom of the market. This is
See that?
just a makeshift market where this will probably only be around for at most a couple days before everyone packs up and goes home. So the market is primarily focused around things found at the bottom of the river,
Yes.
but that is not what it is exclusive to. So if there's other sales that you can get done, sure. Market's open.
Alrighty. Well, Junpo, should we scout out our options first, I guess?
I think so. Also let's see. I've gone through the logs. I have not separated everything into who got what yet, but I do have a detailed list of everything that we brought back.
Great.
Yeah, really the hard part is, okay, well, who had this unremarkable one and who had this one?
I only have 5, so it's not really not much. I have a 1 out of 100,000 Blossoming Luck Cultivator artifact from the pool. I have a Lucky Cultivated Treasure, 3,922 out of 100,000, also from the pool. I have a Quasi Cultivated Treasure, which is 57 out of 10,000. I have an Unremarkable, 2,231 out of 10,000. And I have a Remarkable Treasure, which is 829 out of 10,000.
Said one remarkable, one unremarkable,
One Quasi.
Quasi cultivated treasure.
A Lucky Cultivated Treasure.
Yep, got that.
And a Blossoming Luck Cultivating Artifact.
That popped up twice. I think I believe I'll mark that off. I can't remember if Casey got one. I don't believe I got a Blossoming Luck cultivated one because I got the vexingly lucky cultivator artifact. So I guess that one would be his. Okay. And I will do my best to mark down that's Casey's, that's mine. Because since deleting what you have, this should be a little bit easier. But anyways, yes, let's walk around. I have no idea what any of this is worth.
Well, they're, as we know, Chungpo, these items we have, they don't have a meaning yet to them.
Hmm.
So they have the most value at this time. It's the moment we start to apply meaning to them, the availability of options diminishes. And then they are specialized, still having great value, but on one side of the coin instead of the full coin. You know what I mean?
I believe I do. It is an interesting concept to think of to the path and the story when we say that this doesn't hold value yet, what that means for, or what that means in contemplation of the story thus far. Just a small little object of power, undefined. It's interesting. But yeah. Which one of these fellows you think is the most interesting to try and shop from?
Only because I've seen that token before.
Oh, let me zoom out.
Which
Where are you
one?
at?
The turtle.
Yeah.
Turtle? I like the turtle too.
Turtle.
Turtle.
Am I
Uh,
not early enough to go to the Turtle Club?
New encounter, number shield.
I think we've seen this guy before. The guy next to the turtle. I feel like we've seen this face before.
He's got a little stall out. He's one of the few that actually has instead of like a swap meat rug, and he's got a little table with the rug on it. Going through. Oh, customers. Welcome, welcome. Come in. I mean, maybe not come on in because it's like the store, but step right up. Yes.
My personal favorite is step into my office.
They didn't set up an office.
Chumpo will give a bow and put his hand over one fist and I believe it's a martial salute.
Mhm.
Good evening, sir. Or
Uh-huh.
morning, I'm not sure.
Oh no, we're going into evening. You got it correct the first time. Well,
Mm, we've since come out of the opportunity and we have things, and we were wondering what you would be willing to trade and what you have to offer.
that's the question. I could also answer as cryptically. It depends on what you're looking for. See what I did there?
Sabalar, I think we've reached the point where we start asking ourselves what would be beneficial to us in the coming days. Where the
Also ask
whole
yourself what's
Mm,
beneficial to you. I
yes.
am going to look for sword related things.
Sword-related things. I might have a few of those. Everyone likes swinging their little swords around.
Hmm. I'm actually looking for sword flux.
Sword flux. I mean, I'd have to, reach really deep into my collection. It's not an easy item to get there.
Well,
Are you looking per dose? Are you looking for bulk? What's you dealing with?
I'm just looking for one right now.
Unremarkable treasure, please.
I will pass over my unremarkable treasure.
And in return, because he's got a ton of spatial rings and spatial bags and little pockets and everything, he's gonna actually reach a hand into one of the bags in his backpack, really root around, and he pulls out this incredibly looking patched pouch.
Mhm.
The bag or the pouch itself used to be one fabric, but it looks like it's been repaired with all sorts of different, uh, patches and whatnot. It has this nice little drawstring. And he gently sets it on the table. Swordflex.
Oh, I appreciate that.
Yeah.
You can call me
Careful.
Larry. Nice to meet you.
Sword flexes don't really, as a powder, don't really do great. It's at least not the good stuff. Still, the sword flux in the bag is good because you have to prepare the bag.
Right.
I don't recommend to use these if you aren't absolutely a blacksmith. You know,
Thanks.
who am I to say that? I mean, do what you want. Don't let me tell you what to do. All right. Sword stuff, eh? What other sword stuff can I get you? Unless you already have a grocery list.
This was one of the first ones. I didn't know if I needed some special ones or not, but I think having this is going to be quite beneficial.
Oh, you got it for
What I
me,
can.
so it definitely is.
What about you, Chungpo? Have any ideas? Do you have any concoctions you can think of for yourself?
Oh, I'd like to ask about if we kept all of these objects, they are the most valuable right now before anything happens.
Sure.
Do we have the chance to define what they are?
If you know how to do it.
Hmm. Okay. Does anybody here know how to choose and define instead of me giving it away, and what would that cost?
Well, that's
Or would be
negotiated by the individual you're doing it with. So, uh, this is a really niche market.
Hmm.
Um, there's among the professions there are some interesting side professions slash hobbies because frankly they're so small and obscure that they're akin to hobbies. But under the appraisers faction, um, and the refiners faction, there's a small itty bitty group that know how to define the undefined. Do they get work often? Not really. Is this their bread and butter? Yeah. They'll have a couple stalls around here if you're willing to go, look into it. How good they are depends on a whole bunch of things, but they can help you define things. It's not that you can't either, you know. It's just you might not be able to extract the entire value and uh, worth of the item. Its
Understood.
potential.
I got a snow. Oof. Hold on. I have a sword that was bitten in half, and I am interested in seeing it repaired.
Hmm. Well,
Not entirely sure the process.
do you blacksmith? Buy a new one?
I kind of figured that, but
Use glue?
so I believe sword flux would be needed.
It's
Necessarily?
yeah. Chungbo, I could just ask Cooney to look at it for you.
Gotcha.
No, it's the wood sword.
No, I don't believe it was the wood sword because I replaced the wood sword with the poison relic sword because it was like not as hell. If I was just using the wood sword, it wouldn't. I could just make another one, but um, with then I'll just wait for that. I am interested in, I believe, shields, not the like um something that provides a level of shielding before it gets to armor. So like energy shield.
And sure, there's all sorts of things that can be negotiated. Y'all have any objects you just want to get rid of?
Not without some value coming back from it. I think though, hold on, I can't remember who has it, but there is just a broken um I think I got rid of it because it wasn't mine, but there was a one that is just a straight broken treasure. What would it be worth to get rid of any of these items? Or, well, no, they all have individual worth. I have a golden Komodo dragon body and its horde.
Hmm. Well, you guys are
I don't want to
pretty
keep.
ornery. I can get you this little pouch filled with goodies.
Say it like that. Um,
Hey, Matt.
Mhm.
I'm going to contact Crawl through my
Craw?
friend. Yeah,
Mhm.
through my friend network, and I'm gonna ask her if she would be interested in buying the golden Komodo dragon for butchering.
Do you have its horn?
The horde is included, yes.
The butchering process has to be done on top of the money.
Interesting.
It makes blood gold.
Ah, I've only heard of blood gold once so far, so that's an interesting way to utilize it. I'll let my companion know that you're interested. One of the other things I was thinking about for this session was the outside, being having
Mhm.
access to
Yeah,
here.
it's pretty
Uh,
good.
so I was just like, I bet Craw would be
Yeah. In the little pouch is a wealth factor of cultivator materials. That's what the turtle is offering.
Okay, so a pouch of. Okay, so butchering process for one, and a pouch of unknowns in the other.
No, it's well known.
It is well known what's in the pouch.
It's a wealth factor for cultivator materials.
Oh.
So it's a known unknown.
Hmm.
Chungpo, I know the buyer, and I think you've met her before. I don't know. I never saw if you. Can't remember if you went check her out, but she can definitely get you something related to you instead of something generic.
That does sound preferable. There's a lot that I have in terms of questions, and now that we are shopping, or questions about what could be created and specialized to us, and yeah, not entirely sure. I had the idea of the shields because that's at least a layer of defense that I don't currently have that I could.
Well, maybe go talk to an expert. They would actually know better
Mr.
than
Turtle, would
anyone
you
what to do
have
with what you got.
is that who would be the expert in this area?
Well, it'll be up to your luck to find them.
Ah, perfect. Well, Chun-Po turns around. Can I do a luck roll to spot who would be the person?
I mean, sure.
Uh,
If you also want to,
Oh,
Laurie, you can do a destined roll or some sort of fate-related roll.
uh, is this a D 100,000, 10,000?
I mean, pick your die, I guess.
Okay. Gonna stick with just D 100, I guess. Hang on a second. I gotta look at my curses. All probability rolls are rolled twice. Take both results. Overdraft, unlock, and roll over or under the maximum. Jinxed, roll 3 times. Take all 3. Jinxed, roll 4 times. Take all 4. For each rolled dice that fails, it cannot only overdraft individually. It can trigger roll rock in a hard place multiple times. Uh, to remember what rock in a hard place actually looks like. Rock in a hard place. That's
Negative
a good one.
quality.
Yeah. Mysterious. Is rock on a hard? Yes, it is. Okay, never mind.
and you have selects on it. Don't forget.
Yes. Yes, I do.
Or forget. We don't tell you what to do.
I won't let him forget.
Curses. I'm angry at myself that I did not copy paste rock on a hard place down because we also have the selects. But I know that it's in my advancements right there. This page here. Because we have selected, right select, rock in a hard place down to, or up to D 10,000. And then, so Technically, I could. Including intent into what a pass is, removing mysterious result. Oh, no, that's wish list. Okay. Swiftness. Nothing in swiftness. That's specifically the adaptables. Okay. So I have made Rock and Hard Place available up to the 10,000s. That's not an issue, but intent, and we still have mysterious results. But what a failure is.
Do you want a failure here? Do you want to
Uh,
go over for finding
uh,
something?
well, the aspect of finding a critical, so like if I get a 100, then
Yeah.
it also qualifies as a critical success.
Blessing and
Because,
curse.
yep. For, let's see, where are you? One of my curses, I believe. Or mysterious, you shall not one. You cannot roll or utilize ones of any kinds. 100s or max results of a die counts as both a critical fail and success simultaneously. So, all right. I'm going to turn off my vexingly lucky thing, which granted me a minus 10%. And
What do you mean
just
turn off? You mean you're going to take it out of your person? Like you're not going to equip it anymore?
uh yeah. And so I will have a plus 10% to so plus 10 to all these rolls, and I roll 4 times. So slash R for the 100. Would they each be plus 10?
Don't you choose? Isn't that how it goes? You choose
Well,
if you're going to take that one and then you add it on or loss kind of thing.
the twice jinx luck stat? Or
Like any base percentage towards luck, right? Isn't it just you add it on at the end?
well, not for my curse.
Okay,
Curse of Avarice, all luck tests are increased by 10%. This can produce an overdraft of luck.
gotcha.
Um,
So you
the
take the die size,
Mhm.
and you would figure out what 10% of that is, and then add that as
Yep.
a flat bonus to
Okay,
the end of the roll.
yeah, gotcha.
Okay, so only once, even with the twice jinx luck stat, which has me rolling 4 times. I just wanted to make sure.
Yes, but you
Okay,
would add that to all of those luck tests.
so would it be plus 10 or plus 40?
Are you rolling on a D100?
Yes, that's the 10%.
Then it would be
10.
plus 10 for each individual one, not 40.
Not
Okay, so
cumulative.
just
Yeah.
all right. So just roll 1d100 4 times.
Plus 10 4 times.
Yes. Yep. Okay, so here we go. 1, 2, 3,
Oh, there's your
and
one-on-one.
4. Yep. Um, and now can I use? Let's see. Not Rock in a Hard Place. It was the other thing that I took, and I was reading it as I was scrolling. Because I took Rock in a Hard Place and I got Hard Luck, I believe is what it was. Can I
Yeah.
make that a 100 now?
I can't see
You
why
have
not.
to forcibly re-roll them, and if you fail again, then they are all worst possible results.
So I think what William was just asking, Matt, is the plus 5%, minus 5% you have available to kind of utilize. He was asking if you could change the die to 100 using that 5% range.
I only see one dice within 5%.
Yes.
He
And that's
wants
You're
to
another
already
change
thing.
the
over.
101 into 100. I think that's what he was saying.
Sure, I mean, that's 4.
Okay. Um,
But to confirm, you don't want an overdraft. You just want a 100.
yeah, like for this one specifically, trying to get to the mysterious of just getting a critical fail so I can then get a critical success. And I don't know what a critical fail on this luck test to find somebody looks like. But it should be interesting. Also, do we just have... Oh, wait, no. It looks like 2 hobos in V for Vendetta by a campfire.
He has to take all of them, right, Matt?
I think
Mhm.
so. Yeah. Take both results. Yeah, so 4 times... Twice jinxed luck stat, jinxed twice, roll 4 times, take all 4.
Indeed.
So, I don't exactly know how that worked with this. Because in my mind, like, the largest one was the one that mattered, but I don't know how 4 times on luck does anything.
I mean, you can look at it as 4 interactions or 4 things happening.
Fair enough.
Yeah, let's go to the list. 59, nothing happens. Not even a tumbleweed.
Understood.
The 33, you do get a tumbleweed.
Hey.
Not as in like the fake currency, but just like a actual tumbleweed that just kind
Yep.
of goes
One
across the
rolls
sea.
by.
And you're like, huh. Oh, we'll go to the 82 first.
Mhm.
You have to sneeze really bad. And the 100 is, well, you sneeze really hard and you trip and fall down.
I asked for this. I asked for this. Um,
Since it is a critical success for you to roll bad,
Mhm.
you will find a unremarkable treasure that seems to have fallen out of someone's pocket
Oh shit. Okay, cool.
because you fell on the ground.
Yep. Um, +1.
Does it have a value or just question mark? Or is it just unremarkable? No value, just unremarkable.
Hmm. Um, okay. I believe that I also wanted to roll the luck to try and see if I could get lucky with finding, what was it that he said to roll luck on? Find somebody that was, fuck. He basically told me to get lucky and go look for somebody.
You mean like the refiner Matt was talking about?
I think somebody somebody that could help me with my individual builds, I believe is what we were talking about at the time. And
I
then
was talking about Craw and
yeah,
how she would get you something for the kimono since it is a
Mm.
beast. Um,
yes.
and then we were talking about the choosing what you get from the items, and then he was like,
Right.
"There's a refiner within a refiner." You know what I mean? Like there's a small group of the refiner
Mhm.
group that would do this kind of thing in the first place, which is
Yeah, the hobby aspect.
my guess, a type of appraiser that you could appraise it into, in a sense.
Gotcha. Well, I got an unremarkable. That's awesome. Uh,
Chumpo, Midnight Sai also got to choose what they got from their their treasure.
Hmm.
I mean, maybe Midnight Side knows how to do it.
That is true as well. So, Mr. Turtle, would you have any force field shields available?
Yes, I am merchant.
Nice. What would it be for a force field that could do you have any force fields based on some of our strength, or is it strictly I built this piece of machinery to output this amount of force fieldness?
Built? I didn't build shit. I trade things.
Fair enough. Do you have anything?
I just said yes.
Yes. Right.
What is anything, Chungpo? What are you looking for in particular?
Uh, I was kind of wanting something that could be qualified as a spirit force field because Chunpo, by his nature, is hesitant for electronic devices. Like, he will use if he must, but if I can find something that is spirit based or soul based force field, that would arguably be preferable over just, all right, well, here's an electronic force field that gets you this stat. I realize that's arguably also harder to create, but
Oh, great thing.
right,
Trade them.
things. Yep. Does that sound like anything you would have for trade?
Maybe.
Okay.
Feeling lucky, Chungpo?
I'm gonna get another cursed object. Um,
So you're looking for a shine field?
is that what that would be?
Do you know what a shine field does, Chungpo?
Mm, not exactly. I cannot give specifics on that.
It's a percentage based thing.
Isn't it? I think I had a shine field, or like whenever we were on Bullet Hell Mountain, I found shine fields that always went off, but they weren't that great. But I made it work because I was using Holy G
Yep.
metrics on them. Is that
Mhm.
that?
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Is it based on my own spiritual or my body aspects?
No, but they're cheaper.
Gotcha.
Chungpo, you should get yourself an unlucky one where it's actually the opposite of how the shine fields work.
You're right.
Well, but
I totally should.
how about this? Before you get too into it, why don't you go see one of them definer folks, if you can
Yes.
find one, and we'll go from there.
Okay. I would. No, let's just. Hey, Savalar, this guy over here looks really interesting. Do we want to go speak to maybe this guy? I feel like he.
You've already made the choice to move, and
Yeah.
you're like, hey.
Oh yeah, I want to see if you want to talk to him.
It does seem interesting. Looks like a sword user.
Or I think it's it's either a sword there or like that's a pole arm, and like the written part is the sword, and it's like a nagadashi, I believe is what it is. Or that's actually a really long sword, like not a spear, but it's got like a blade at the end of it, and
Yep,
Think
I know
of
what you mean.
a turbo lightsaber, like.
That was my other option. That's the first thing that came to mind, lightsaber, and it's like maybe that's the hilt that they have.
Yeah. The lightsabers are not going to be as elegant in this game.
Understood.
So the little notches on the left to the right of not say the palm of the cross. That's all functional equipment rather than a cross guard.
Mhm.
You're just kind of holding a turbo long lightsaber. You can feel the heat coming off of it and there's this kind of warble like coming
I
sound coming off it.
I would not want to fight this person.
Yo,
I give a bow and martial salute. Good day.
hmm
Are you trading, defining,
buying.
buying? What do you
I'm
got?
only here to
Or
buy
what would you like?
your whole stock.
All of it.
If you
Okay.
if you got cursed in the process, I'll take those too,
You want to buy curses?
as long as they associate with luck or unluck.
I definitely got a few of those.
I'll buy them all. However, they do need to be paired with
Okay.
a significant lucky or unlucky device. It's the package, the whole package. I'm not gonna buy piecemeal. I'll
Fair
buy
enough.
the whole thing. But if you're willing to make that little concession, I got some cash. You guys, sure why you're down here? You guys slumming it in the earthly road? You guys smell of the cosmic, but you guys are down here.
I believe the easiest way to describe this would be to satisfy our earthly desires before casting them aside to roam in the cosmic and to grow in the cosmic.
Well, casting aside your earthly desires is one thing, sure, but that's only just to cast aside earthly teachings and earthly possessions. To some extent, to most extent. However, you're still going to replace them with cosmic desires and cosmic
I got a few up
teachings.
there already.
So it's not like you're above it all. It's not like you're a Taoist.
Fair. I realize the error of my speech in that regard.
And even Taoism has desire and teachings. They're just different. But at the end of the day, if you're cultivating, then you have desire. It's inevitable.
It is a
Hard.
very interesting thought process to figure out what one's desire is once. Anyways, I cannot say that I am willing to sell in bulk everything that I have at this time. Good day, sir. It is a pleasure meeting you.
Yeah.
I know what he wants. Let's see. Fire guy looks a little interesting, but I will wait in line. I don't know if this guy has like a bodyguard or if he is trying to speak to him to sell stuff.
Mr. Long Fingers.
Indeed.
I
Should have
thought
been
maybe he was
in.
like holding up scrolls or something, and this I look zoom in. It's just like, oh no, it's just
Nope,
says long
just
fingers.
got them salad fingers. Wanted to touch some rusty spoons up in here. Yeah, Sabalar, I realize I just walked over and spoke to somebody else. So, like, Sabalar, if you got anybody you want to talk to, go for it.
It's okay. Sevelair is actually going to summon Mr. Havenlord, my merchant for the recreation guild.
He's here!
Yeah. Ish.
Casey, I thought you died. Are you okay? What's happening?
I slept through my alarm, I guess.
That is
I didn't think
unacceptable.
your dogs would let you sleep through it.
Evidently, they were fine too.
Like, Dad gets to have a break? Oh, yes, I'm into that.
Yeah. A bit of a line. Eventually this person slides off and kind of makes their way over.
Go talk to Four Fingers over there, Jungbo.
Ready. Oh, yeah, so that guy just walked away. He was a shopper. or well, was here to interact with this guy
Mhm.
specifically. Okay. I again do a bow and a martial salute and hello.
Whoa, homie, hold on. Stay there. Walks inside, disappears, and then you hear. As he comes out.
Laser show.
Yeah. He does the whole intro.
Cash money.
Yo, the name's Shadow Wizard Money Greg.
Good day, sir.
Got magic stuff?
I do.
Or do you want to buy magic stuff? You want to buy a bomb?
How strong?
Yes.
Oh dear. I was wondering if you had the ability to define certain objects, and I was able to keep the definition and defined object.
It will be magical.
Will be magical. Okay. That is fair enough.
You cast spells?
I do not.
Missing out, homie. All that martial arts stuff? Cast that aside. Spells.
If I wasn't so far down this road, I would have taken that offer. Maybe at checkpoint 0, but
Nah, homie. You don't understand. I got stuff like power word scrunch. What do you got? Swing around a sword all day? I command the mystical, magical powers of magic.
that is impressive, and I feel that would have been very much what I would have tried to do at a different day, but I don't think that I can take that this time. The good thank you, Shadow Wizard Money Craig.
You'll be back. They always come back.
Youngbill being
Everyone
so
loves
humble.
casting spells.
Like, oh, I got holy geometric power words. Yeah, I'm just not gonna bring those up. That's fine.
It's like a secret back pocket thing. That's one of those. Oh, okay. You want to say that you can't be beaten? All right. Well, this always works. Let's see. Casey, do you still need a few moments, or are you?
Casey is muted.
Interesting.
Listen, I'm done letting the dogs out. Yeah.
Gotcha.
Who let the dogs out?
Let's see. Savalar, do you got another person you want to talk to real quick, or can I talk to this lady in the giant tent?
First, I think we got lost on that since Casey joined in. I'm summoning Mr.
Right.
Havenlord.
Yes.
Mr. Havenlord will join me in this merchant time, as he is my merchant. He's my guy. You don't have to go looking for him. You don't have to go. It's fine. I just I want to make sure that this has been.
I'm looking for him. He's around here somewhere. One of these days. One of these days I will find a Mr. Havenlord wherever he went. Been so long.
I know.
This was the last map I had.
I remember Mr. Havenlord being on Bullet Hell Mountain. I remember Mr. Havenlord being on
He's in the night market.
Hey,
The night market. There, that's a good, easy place to find.
is
I
it
feel
though?
like anywhere that there's going to be a market, we should just input Haven Lord into like he's probably gonna end up there. One place you won't find Haven Lord, the middle of a combat zone.
I mean, I brought him to Bullet Hole Mountain, so
Well, yeah, but
Yeah.
like not in the
He
middle
was
of
at
the
the night
bullets.
market. Wow.
He's been everywhere, man. He's been everywhere.
Allegedly.
Hey, hey, hey.
All right. Good call. Mr. Haven Lord.
Mr. Havenlord, it's time to cultivate. I am going to give you 3 items. I pass over the quasi-cultivated treasure, and I pass over the remarkable treasure. And I pass over the lucky cultivated treasure. I have a task for you. I want you to use these 3 items as things for our people. I want to take these things and find things we need for us. And it is now your job to find those things.
A daunting task, considering our needs are many.
That's all right. But I think it's a good start. I'm planning to keep 1, and I will leave the rest to you. But I will keep Havenlord as the protector company, as I've now delegated the task.
Very well. You begin talks with the turtle.
Good. All right, Chunpo, you can now do your thing now that I've brought Havenlord out.
Gotcha. Whoa, people showed up.
Mm-hmm.
Lots of people actually.
Matt was like, "Oh, yes, there's tokens I can bring out." I can remember them being at the night market last. So,
Did?
Yeah, yeah, they were in front of the tree that I was looking at one point.
yeah, that's true.
Um, I look at this grand tent and give a martial salute and bow to this blue lady with, is that flames coming out of her mouth? No,
Or ice.
ice out of her, close to her ear. Got it.
Yeah. So she does not give her name, but more of a discipline title. This is an official treasure pavilion. Treasure pavilions are somewhat like merchants, as they deal in the buying and selling of goods, but they only deal in treasures.
Okay.
They don't deal in the day-to-day goods that other merchants would do.
Okay.
So you can just call her ladyship, or my lady, or ma'am, or any of that.
Alrighty. Your ladyship, do you, would you assist or you deal in treasures? Can you help define undefined treasures?
I do have a definer on staff. They will take a commission and a cut. But usually, it would be preferable if we could just buy them undefined.
I while I was out there, I found something that somebody said that they could make into a poison, and it was an alluring blackened vessel of misfortune. I was curious if it would be possible to assist, as I want to keep that. But I realize that's not exactly treasure in any of the names.
That would be a service provided.
Hmm.
We would see if the definer can help sculpt it to your desires or within a acceptable parameter, and then you would pay us. It's a
Understood.
service.
And is there
Is it
an
cursed?
Not that I am aware of. It is just an alluring blackened vessel of misfortune. I'm not certain. I don't believe that it in itself is cursed, other than that it is misfortune.
All right. In that regard, before we move on, we do have some stipulations. First and foremost, any object of that nature is so steeped in misfortune that there is a significant chance. Well, our definer is a bit better, but let's call it a strong, if not moderate, chance that the definement fails due to the misfortune of the item. You will
Understood.
not be recouped the cost. Basically, have you ever played jade cutting?
I have seen what would be considered the modern version of cutting jade with water and something akin to a metal string and
Yes,
slowly
but
cutting
the
it.
concept of the game, not the actual practice itself.
No, I do
You
not.
buy a rock
Mhm.
based off of your own perceptions.
Ah.
And then you buy the rock to have the rock cut. If there is nothing in the rock, it is a
Wasted.
worthless rock that you have spent an entire fortune on.
Mm.
That is the same thing that you're going to be doing here with any object of misfortune. We have significantly more control over objects of fortune, which is the opposite spectrum. But misfortune, unfortunately,
Is misfortunate.
yes. And it doesn't just interact with its surroundings, it especially interacts with the individual trying to modify, wield, and or reshape it. If you're willing to put the item at risk and pay a not small amount of money, we can have it attempt to define it. But misfortune will be part of that process. In fact, even if he succeeds, something about the object will most likely be extremely unfortunate, because that is where the definer had to put that misfortune so that it didn't fall upon the crafting process.
Understood. I'm cursed.
I know.
And okay.
You can see it.
Understood.
Are you looking to get rid of it? Looking to get uncursed? Are you looking to...
I'm looking to actually better understand curses here in the future, to take it upon myself to assist those that have been cursed, for good or
Well,
ill.
you should help yourself first before you help others.
Indeed. Is there a way to hold a curse without it technically affecting you?
Are you a practitioner of curses, hexes, and voodoo? Bindings and sealings? Talismans? Taoism?
Novice in a hope to be able to change it one day in the future.
Then
And so,
if you were part of a sect or clan or house or anything involving, perhaps very much yes. But as you currently are, by your own words, novice, no.
understood.
Now you can buy a temporary solution.
Yes.
Sure. We
Well, what
we
would
have
it be?
talisman treasures that we could
Mhm.
place upon you that would seal away the effects of the curse, albeit temporarily. They wouldn't last very long. Probably say no more than a couple years. And they're not cheap.
Hmm. How many cultivators have you seen end up in similar situations that just it is feels like a cycle of, well, this person's just going to die.
Do you want a nice answer or the truth?
I feel I already know the truth of it all. Even though that is a bold statement to say, but I fear that I am starting to take, or the if I am walking the path is crumbling beneath me, and there's only so many more steps I can take if I am not very careful.
Then don't walk on unstable and shaky ground. Find new ground to stand on. Something firm, solid.
Then the talismans, I believe. I have a few curses that, well, what does blue topaz have to do with curses, if you don't mind me asking? I realize you may not know
That
this.
is not free information.
What would it cost?
For consult, I'd say Spring Great Heaven and Earth Cultivation Crystal.
Okay, maybe I stumbled upon something that uh
Poe, we're
how
rich. We have a ton of those.
we do? Okay. Every time I hear that, I'm just like, that's just something I don't have.
Do you want one?
Yeah, I'll take one if there are spare. Otherwise, if
Do you communicate this? Of course you do, right?
yeah, yes. Hold on. One moment, my ladyship. I turn around, cut my hands. Son of a!
Why would you do that though? You can literally just tap your face and be like,
I keep
I
forgetting that we
communicate
have a
through my
suit.
suit.
Yeah.
Way more comical for you to hear it called over the market and like way too
Into
loud
your
over the
ear.
comms. And you're like, dude, you have
You
comms.
forgot to turn it off.
I'll be right back.
Make sure to get your attention, you know?
You'll be right back.
I give one
I
to
think-
Chunpo. And
Yeah,
then
I think he
come
was
back.
talking to. Yeah,
Haven Lord. Yeah.
gotcha. I
You want to go join
hand.
him at the pavilion there?
No, I'm staying with Haven Lord as a protector.
All right, yeah. You pay the crystal.
Yes, I do.
She spend a moment to look it over. Good. Blue topaz, along with many other gemstones carved into a specific shape, hold significant meaning in curses, hexes, and voodoo, along with a lot of other, let's call it similar practices. Blue topaz in particular, are most likely referring to the ones that you saw involved with the turtles.
I really wanted it. I really wanted it.
every single individual who lays eyes upon the topaz will covet the object. It is very cursed. Now, there are two types of cursed gemstones. The first is an actual gemstone carved into a shape. It's filled with history, most of it unfortunate. Usually filled with misery, darkness, betrayal. It's chock full of so much negative attributes and emotion, and its history is nothing but misery, that it itself becomes a cursed object. It usually requires a significant amount of time. However, this is not what you're looking at. A blue topaz is a real thing. However, there's only a handful of real blue topazes of that nature that are cursed like that. They come from Kazuko Khan's ancient history of Atslan. You see, they traded when it was the Atslan outpost. Be almost 1,000,000 years ago? Basically, when the farthest we collectively as cultivators had gone on the path was checkpoint 1 of zone 2, and that was the farthest you could go. They hadn't yet conquered the jungle, or at least carved out a space for safety and built a city. They traded in gemstones, things of power, things still steeped in the primordial age. These stones were very coveted. They fought over them, despite their duty to protect the outpost and to fight off demon beasts. There's only a handful of those on the path, period. Can't find blue topaz like that anymore. Not unless you know exactly where they were mined in the jungle. Which, good luck. Now, what you are looking at, since the turtle that you are most likely referring to, that is a gemstone made of curse. It takes on the visage of a cursed object on the path. It takes the shape naturally. Those are not real topazes. Those are condensed crystallized curse energy.
Oh,
And the shape it decided to take manifested into blue topaz. You cannot find a stronger vessel of curse in a checkpoint.
I really thought I could take that turtle.
You were tricked into taking the turtle. Everyone thinks they can. Everyone thinks, oh, it's a special turtle with a blue topaz. But you'll notice that most of the turtles, specifically that turtle, they all had blue topazes. That doesn't make sense now, does it? The blue topaz is so rare. Surely not every turtle has one.
Yeah. Yeah.
At least you didn't run into one with a midnight purple topaz. You would not have made it back.
I would let I have a question for my cultivator dream.
Well,
And I don't
perhaps
know
not share your cultivator dream. That's
The
revealing your
basis.
Tao heart to the public.
Fair enough.
It's a very risky thing. So I'm a merchant and I do sell information. You see, objects are not the only treasures on the path. People are considered treasures too. I do a bit of head hunting as part of my business because everyone is looking for the next genius, everyone is looking for the next talent to bring out the name and increase the awareness and fortunes and power of their sect or clan. If you reveal your Dao heart to me, I won't say no, but that will go in my file. And if someone wants to buy information about you for headhunting purposes, I do not allow information to trade hands for, let's say, anything other than recruitment purposes. Then I will.
I will say not my Tao heart, but the reason I want to gain strength to get stronger, past just to survive, is the desire to fix unsolvable problems to the mundane person. A lad cursed not entirely by his own fault, but is doomed to something that he has no control over. I could help, or I want to be able to create, to be able to help them, at least get to net zero, at least fix what has been the stack the deck slightly in their favor, maybe not grant them the blessings and flip-flop it around for them to say, well, now you're amazing, but at least to say, I can get you to zero, and the rest is a lot of hard work.
You say that, but what I observe is not along those lines. To me, it looks like revenge. It looks like a pursuit of power so that you are never powerless again. At least that's what I'm reading from your energies in your aura.
That is the has been the goal for a long time.
Maybe
But
they're
I
more
have been
because you have
carrying
chosen poison, demonic energy, curse energy, and you have a gleam in your eye that says none of this matters. This is all just a temporary inconvenience. Anyone who doesn't seek revenge or something emotionally as potent and raw as that they don't look like you. They look much more downtrodden. You look wild. Maybe a little manic even.
I would argue that the downtrodden is present but not shown. I would argue that there is a lot of pain that I want to lash out at, or lash out with, and that's why I have collected and carried and have wanted this power. And yes, I don't want to be weak ever again, but I don't want to just be strong and to kick down anybody who tries to oppress me again. I want to be useful past myself. Otherwise, if I am only revenge, then the reason that I was cursed originally will just happen again. I would not have learned a thing.
Well, are you a bleeding heart? Or are you, let's call it a, not, can't call that a trailblazer, more of a trail wrecker. Difference being, are you here to fix the problems of the path, or are you here to protect the mortals? One is
The
arguably
answer,
harder than the other.
I feel like the answer currently, without further definition, is just yes.
You
I
will not have
do.
time for both. There are too many mortals out there.
Yes, there are. And I do not feel that I can save everyone, and I've been told not to try and do everything. I don't think I can save everyone.
Can you
I
save
w-
them from themselves?
And that's another thing. And also, it's a very good reflection of, can I save myself?
True. I would suggest, and this is just a suggestion, focus on the path. If you can fix certain things on the path, then you merely need to follow trickle-down economics. What you do up has the potential to trickle down. However, what trickles down may not be what you wish, so it needs a follow-up. Always follow up.
Trickle down and
However,
a follow-up.
well, say you implement a policy from a position of extreme power.
Yep.
And that gets sent down the chain of command. Say you have an enormous organization.
Mhm.
Well,
Unintended side effects?
what you have ordered may not be verbatim of what was interpreted or understood at the bottom level. There's a lot of distance between you, top, and your footmen at the bottom.
The change in decision making and emotional mental state in between middle
Mhm.
management and myself.
Correct. And what you decree may not be feasibly possible at the bottom level. Or if it requires a powerful cultivator, perhaps those guys slack off and leave it to the everyday man, which they cannot do because they're not strong enough. I've seen this happen many a time. Grand gestures, uh, sweeping changes for the good, and all sorts of things twisted because they didn't have time to see how it's actually being implemented on the level where it needs to be implemented. There's a lot of people who are out for themselves, especially cultivators. And if you provide an opportunity, especially through sweeping change, anytime there is major upheaval or change, this is ripe with opportunity and rife with corruption. It happens in every organization, good, bad, strange. Someone can get away by making more profit or more benefit by doing less. They will, because that's just the natural flow of things. I mean, just look at nature. Nature will do the same. It will always
Of least
follow the
resistance.
path of least resistance, right? That is just how nature works. There's extra layers to humans because the path of least resistance, while coupled with the most benefit, is the other human part of the equation. I'll put in some effort, so it's not the least path of resistance, because that would lead to less profit, less benefit. You should always consider two things when thinking about people. What is most beneficial to them in the moment, including risks and or, let's say, things they really shouldn't do or you think they wouldn't do. And the other half is, do they have some sort of negative emotion that they need to express, such as revenge or hate or fight? Those are very strongly felt in people. And I have seen individuals' willingness to lose everything, to put in more work than anyone, to do anything for revenge. So
It is hard to define what I wouldn't do to see something akin to justice be brought upon what happened to me. But every time that I see the cost to that revenge stacked up when it's not me, it doesn't feel like it was much of a cost at all. But I do know that I have a slight side subject that I would like to broach you. That's something that you mentioned.
Sure.
Could I leave you a what would this be? Not a job application, a resume. Could I
Sure.
leave you a resume for what could be, I guess, anyone wanting work of my nature?
They will not be clients you will want. Your resume is trouble. Not in the manner that I won't take it, but the practice of poisons, especially coupled with doom and curses, along with demonic energy, you fit in with a very particular crowd. People will pay you lots and lots of money, favors, promises, gifts, even. However, they will not be used for good.
I don't think that anybody, until you start getting into somebody asking for a cure, and even then, I can see people asking for a cure being not exactly good people.
Mm-hmm.
Uh,
But here's the thing. Most of the things that you will make, I'd say 90% of the stuff, will not affect mortals.
good.
There's that 10%. They're not particularly used on mortals, but there's no guarantee. Sometimes, if you create a poison too strong and the wind decides to take it, well, the wind is a merciless bitch, and they will carry that poison on the wind for miles. Sometimes, even the smallest particles in the air from a strong cultivator poison is enough to kill an entire village in a most gruesome manner of mundanes. But that's just cultivating, and that's the fallout of dealing, trading, and selling poison. But the other 90% is you'll be killing a lot of people on the path. And sometimes that opens up, let's say, seats for opportunities. That'll open up space for you to go about your business. Other people may end up being occupied by these openings. The less people cultivating, the more resources for the rest of us.
Um, I went to talking to my comm bead for a second. Guys, do you think that this, uh, do you think handing my portfolio and my resume to somebody on the earthly path is wise at this state, or should we not try to create connections right now?
Well,
Well, I don't know how able you will be to provide your services once we go to the cosmic realm.
Indeed.
And the flying newt, by the way, their symbol is a newt that's jumping off a cliff.
Beautiful.
Fly! It's basically the newt pretending it's a dragon. But the newt comically lands safely somehow, always.
Nice. I thought you were about to say like the what was it, the cliff birds or whatever, the ones that just like when
No,
they're
it's a little
infants.
gecko-sized lizard
Yeah.
that just goes and just throws it itself.
The said cliff birds though, they at babies, they launch themselves off of the cliff and just hit almost every rock on the way down. And I'm just like, oh, you poor little guys.
They certainly will have enhanced bird brain.
No, you can
Yes.
think of it like this. Are you an entrepreneur, or are you someone who wishes to work under somebody?
I would argue that it is easier to say work under somebody as I do not have enough. I don't
Let's
have practice being an entrepreneur.
let's try that again. Do you make poison for yourself, or do you make poison for others?
I make poison for others. I don't use like I
You're
create it.
devourer. You eat
Yeah,
it.
yeah. I'm just like I might make myself a meal, but I don't make this to really for myself unless the need demands it. I have the ability, but it's mostly for others.
All right. Well, I want you to take that in because I thought you made poisons for yourself. Because as a poison devourer, the poisons you make, you can consume, right?
Mm, Yes, but I believe there's like a ratio because otherwise I could just keep devouring the Nine Delusions, Five Grandeurs, which technically I think I have to next for the next chapter. But there's a level of I'm just devouring what I can make, and I feel like it would turn into like this weird feedback loop and inflation bubble that would eventually bite me in the ass. That I can't just devour myself to get power. It's like I believe I have to find new poisons, devour those, and then I will get stronger. But and I will be able to keep track of and measure that poison out. But for the most part, mundane things, they don't hurt me. They grant me a little bit of power, and I can't eat my own to create this. Like, I can't just infinitely eat my own stuff. Otherwise, I could just make the most mundane of poisons and just devour it forever.
Okay. Second thing,
Mhm.
do you feel like your poisons, if you were offering them and selling them and providing your service, do you feel like would you feel bad if your poisons karmically linked you for the outcome?
If it affected mortals, I would feel bad.
All right.
If it affected cultivators, I would argue it is just business on my end of I am providing this poison. You found somebody that wanted you really dead. I am sorry that they wanted you dead. They came to me to kill you. And in that regard, I hold your life in my hands because of that. But I also did my best to grant you a swift and painless death with this poison, unless specifically specified. And even then, feel like I'm going to kill some of my clientele that tries to hire me because I have a lot of people that I need to kill with my drinking blade to gain any power. And if this allows me the opportunity to get a hold of some very evil people that I can then poison and kill, I don't feel that bad about it.
Last question. Is poison application personal or is it not to you?
Um, can you define what you mean by personal?
Are you the reaper or are you the supplier in your path
Uh,
for poison?
I will define it as I think I can. I am, and again, so many times I feel like I try to be both in these things. I am the Reaper, as I am trying to grant a swift and painless death to those that that are receiving my poisons. I am supplying as much as, okay, well, I can give this to you, but there will be a cost, and I am going to get something out of this transaction rather than just one wanton death. Arguably, I'd like to find a large group of evil people, and I'd just remove them, and then I wouldn't feel as bad. And then if there's enough evil removed, then a lot of the good people might be able to gain something out of it. At the end of the day, I'm fighting fire with fire no matter what I do. So somebody's going to get burned. I don't think I can escape. Yes.
Are you a good person or an evil person?
To say morally in between good and evil
Not morally.
is
Just do you feel that you are a good person or an evil person?
For further definition, are you talking about whether they are in like their actual alignment, or what do they feel they are?
Are you an alabastrous sword, or are you the other evil sword? I guess is my question. On your path of the sword, would you take the good sword or the evil sword?
I would take the good sword every time. However, I've seen good people do awful things in the name of good. I want to be something that helps. I want to be kind to mortals. I don't want to poison mortals. I don't even want to poison cultivators half the time, but I do refuse to be something that uh, either a marauder or a cultivator, an unstoppable beast. I will have the weapons at hand to stop them. I want to be good.
I think you might get some heart demons if you decide to offer your services and regret it later. That's just my take from these questions.
I agree and fear what the heart demon, or well, the I agree with you. I fear what would happen. I don't want to just sell poison willy-nilly. I want to have full control of who is being killed and what jobs I take. And if I find somebody that deserves to be killed with poison, then yeah, I can take that job without feeling bad. If I find somebody that is doing good and I would be backstabbing something that is trying to help, then I wouldn't take the job and arguably would kill the client. And this helps me gain power in Drinking Blade if I can just get rid of some of these entities that are wanting my service. Anywho, if I could give this resume as an antidote practitioner rather than a poison practitioner, I think that would make me feel easier, would ease my heart. Could that be done?
I could take your resume, sure. I only do recruiting services.
Understood.
Selling information about people otherwise is a dirty business, but everyone is looking for talent, and genius, and capable individuals, which is treasure.
Hmm.
People are treasures too.
Okay. I would like to pause on this. I am not entirely certain where, out of character. I would like to pause on this. I'm not entirely certain where I can, like, I feel like I'm rambling. And also, my fiance is asking for my attention real quick. Can I toss the baton to Casey for a little bit?
Sure.
Or Savala? Whoever wants it.
So, Law, what cool shops have you seen here?
I've only been to one.
Okay.
Here,
And it's lovely turtle I'm in so far.
This guy will buy everything for money off of you. He wants it in pairs and between lucky and unlucky. This guy likes magic a lot. I'm still trying to figure out exactly what she does, but she has some information stuff, and then that's it. That's all we've seen. Also, Turtle Man. Turtle Man's awesome.
So this guy buys stuff for money?
This guy will buy, like, he's buying, but he buys your entire stock. It's not like,
No.
oh, I'll sell
he
you this.
would buy your entire stock, is pretty much what that was.
Oh, okay.
So my suggestion, if you guys both have a negative per se, or an overdraft of both unlucky and lucky, you'll get a big windfall if you want to do that sale.
Fortunately,
that's
my
just-
overdraft is inherent. It's not
Yeah.
it's not an item.
No, not selling the overdraft. I'm saying an item from overdraft. Since I
Oh
know
yeah,
you got a lucky one and Chung Po got an unlucky one, I'm pretty sure, right? So
I threw the lucky one into the river.
oh, okay. Never mind.
I
I
got
got
the
the
unlucky one.
cultivated one, which is
Okay, I'm
A1.
stepping away.
Gotcha.
I wonder if they want a wealth factor of axes.
Yeah.
Wait, this Beckon and Golden Luck vessel, I think, our vessel of luck was the one that I threw in the that is not in my inventory. I've got a blossoming luck cultivator artifact. And a bunch of remarkable treasures. A few remarkable treasures, not a bunch. I guess I'll go to the first tent here that doesn't appear to have anybody in it. Peek my head inside. Well, I don't even need to peek my head inside to look around. But... Hello? Is this shop open?
What's it to you?
I'm maybe looking to sell, depending on what you have.
Well, that's the fun game that we're playing now, ain't it?
Oh yeah.
You're looking to see what I got, and it entirely depends on what you're selling.
Oh. Well,
Normally, markets are pretty easy. You already know what you got, and what it's worth, and what you can get for it. However, we're in a strange position, aren't we?
oh yes.
Objects of the
Things are
undefined
in a
made its way.
very wibbly wobbly state.
Well, let's put a little bit of definition, but not too much, because we don't want it to affect your prizes, into potentially what you are looking for.
Well, I'm looking for information, something that'll help with learning new skills.
Information could be pricey, so depends on specifically what type of information you're looking for in the regards of what you've already defined. Because it can be anywhere from just a casual, pleasant chat between Taoists, or it can actually be a monetary exchange of goods and services. Comes down to detail.
Yes. I don't think I want to put the detail on what I'm selling quite yet. But
You certainly
I
want to avoid that.
suppose I could let you know the grade of it, and that wouldn't be
No,
an
I don't
issue.
even need to know all that stuff. I'm merely remarking on the contents and the value of what you are looking for in the regard specifically to the information you seek, rather than what you are willing to pay for it.
Do you have an undefined training manual?
Oh, you mean to define what is undefined, right?
No. I mean a training manual that its contents are undefined and can be changed.
Oh, you are full of gumption and ambition. Goodness. All right. Say, certainly. There's always such things.
We should split a beef burrito
Ain't
bowl
cheap though.
tonight.
Tell you what,
Yeah. I'm sure it isn't.
it would be an extremely expensive piece if you truly want it wholly and entirely undefined. In fact, if you were to want it enigmatic, an undefined enigmatic book, then you are looking top shelf. And that does not come cheap. How deep your pockets?
Well, I will pull out my Blossoming Luck Cultivator artifact. This thing is quite a find.
Not bad, not bad. It's a good start. I'm glad you didn't pull out some of the more common finds.
And I will pull out my cultivated treasure as well.
Not bad at all. For the book,
Those. What was
which
that?
one? For the undefined cultivated training manual. Is it trying to mimic something that already exists, or is it trying to be its own thing?
I'm trying to be its own thing. I'm looking to learn some skills that are not necessarily a normal
There's
thing
your
to
problem.
learn.
If a book is only referencing other books and compiles itself from undefined to defined, but it's trying to be its own thing and it's not written by the hands of someone in the know, is it really trustworthy information? Should you be studying that as if it's true? Such a book would be very valuable to individuals in the field as a reference guide, as a
True.
hodgepodge collection of information specifically about the discipline that they have indulged themselves in. But to a neophyte or someone curious, or someone who wants to use it for their own
Be
development, that
dangerously
is
misleading.
very bad for you. You would want it based off of something that already exists. The more you can name it, better. Now, there are some texts that are extremely protected and will require a workaround or, say, a little bit of brute force to get what you want. A good example would be the 3/4 Sword Manual, one of the most common sword practitioners on the path. You can get the practice manual on any corner of the street from any peddler, not even merchants. We can get you one of those. I wouldn't say it's worth it, but an example. However, if you
Mhm.
wanted let's just make up a title, the Supreme Heavenly Lightning Storm Lord Manual or something like that. There's probably only one of those on the path. It's also probably going to be
Oh.
protected. Trying to create a copy of it, an exact copy of it, would require something a little bit more potent.
What about something dealing with? Is it the 8 trigrams? Is that what it's called?
Mm-hmm.
Yes. A manual about the 8 trigrams, perhaps. I don't know if you know much about Taoism.
A little bit specifically about that. The trigrams. Yaman is the perpetrator of its downfall. See, the 8 trigrams used to be a potent Taoist practice. focused around directional relationships, yin and yang, pretty core fundamental stuff of the path and the Tao. It was really good against the underworld, spirits, malevolence, evil, even good. It was a little too strong, so one of the powers that be on the 5 paths, Yama, who basically runs the entirety of the underworld path, said, "No more." And he brought them low. You won't find a practitioner on the path any longer unless they are resurrecting a dead art.
Yes,
Doable.
and perhaps that's maybe what I want to do with the book.
Well, problem be, you can have an undefined tome be its own thing. It'll most likely get you a eclectic mix of information. And if you get enough of these books, you can compile potentially the information together into something readable. However, if you want something that's mimicking something else, you need to know the name of the book. And I doubt that it'll just be the training manual of the 8 trigrams. Because
I imagine it's some crazy platitude or something.
yeah, cultivator books unfortunately have suffered from the hubris of its writers, and the titles are usually wax poetic as they make the jerk off motion in one hand about who wrote it. The titles are direct representation, usually long, lengthy, and full of itself.
Well, I do have several who are knowledgeable in the titles of books, and perhaps what a manual of that discipline would be called.
If you know the title, this becomes a very neat and simple game.
Yes.
You pay a
But
price, I get you the book.
can
You
this
put the.
book remain undefined for the moment?
I'm not going to bring them out because they got to remain undefined in the back.
Can you put it in something when you sell it to me that conceals its definition?
It'd be a waste of a book. It's not just something that you can imbue. You have to be a definer, which is a subsect of both the refinement pavilion discipline and the assessors. It's our rodeo, and we'd really prefer if you purchase our services, especially for our efforts. We hardly ever get to use our speciality. So, and the undefined cultivator tomes are very hard to get your hands on.
Could I purchase one for delivery at a later date then?
None of them are going to leave my collection until they're defined. Basically, you are
Exactly.
buying the definement.
So,
Oh.
I'd purchase your services now for use at a later date.
I don't like that. That means there is a purchase history, and then I got to track you
Yes, of
down,
course.
and then I got to ship it to you, and I got to do a bunch of work while you're at distance. It's just too much of a mess. I'll be around until everyone starts packing up. If you figure out what you want, come on by. We'll get you what you want. But if you can't figure out what you want, then I'm not selling them in the undefined state. You're probably just going to botch it and waste the material.
Or open it and now it's a blank book.
And yes, that is a thing that can happen. Most people don't even realize it before it's too late. So let me work my mojo and make it so that doesn't happen.
Enough. Well, I will go speak with my master, who's not here.
As you should, as you do.
Who, can I speak with my master?
Okay.
I'm not talking to him. I'm talking out of character.
No, I'm just giving you a hard time.
Like, did they bring them by for this portion?
Where's your master last?
He was at the Sword Carnival.
You sure about that?
Someplace. Yeah. He's
They weren't
training the
training
sword
us in
elves.
the formation.
Oh, he was, wasn't he? He's on the moon.
You can just
Yeah,
call
they are.
them.
Yeah.
I can. I will call up my master. Master,
Returned.
Yes.
I have an interesting idea for what to purchase from the treasures that were received from the river. But I don't know exactly what it is. See, I was looking to get a training manual. Do you know any of the titles of any of the training manuals for learning the discipline of the 8 trigrams?
Yes. Why?
Well, I have enough currency on me to purchase an undefined book. Well, a training manual. I was thinking that perhaps learning of the older ways of yin and yang, of Taiji, would be interesting. And perhaps useful.
We have all of their tomes and all of their books on record. We have them stored in our data lattices. You just have to be worthy of accessing the archive.
Oh, well. Then I won't waste my money getting a manual from them. Though I imagine that needs to be accessed as a Truth Faction member.
Correct.
point.
However, certain contributions can be made so that the individual overlooks and or at least turns a blind eye to your temporary access.
Okay. Well then, I will ask another question. Do you know of any training manuals about pinnacle arts? Not like specific pinnacle arts, but the general concept as a whole.
Mm, certainly, it falls under the same database. However, if you're going to use a book as a medium, summon information, perhaps some long lost titles,
Yes.
even to
Something
our
that
archives. We know of the name or the approximate name of the title of some books. They may not be what you're looking for, but they would be contributions to what you're looking for.
yes. Incredibly valuable to the Truth Faction, for it is information you don't have.
Correct. I'll transfer you some of the titles. Some of them are curiosities rather than actual value, but regardless, to our truth seekers, they would be a pleasant surprise.
Excellent. I believe that's a worthy thing to be purchasing, especially if it is something that happens to be useful for myself currently as well. Okay, I will wait for the titles and peruse them if Laura wants to go.
I will
Well,
send
actually,
them
as
to
well as
you.
Ooh.
good.
That needs an N, not A. An. Was that one?
All right, that seems unhelpful to me.
Mm-hmm.
Some Truth Faction member is just a encyclopedia nerd. It's like, I just don't have this glossary. I need
Like,
it.
my collection is incomplete. Yeah. And it's not good enough to have the digital copy. It's got to be an original physical
Yeah.
copy.
Tell the dude that I'm buying from it, yeah, I want this glossary. What? Yeah. You don't understand, man. It doesn't exist anywhere. Oh. I like Vengeance. Now, see,
See now?
the teeth one, though. That might be the funniest one to just go ask the guy.
These are
And who
all
knows?
titles that the Truth Faction are like, why don't we have these? We have everything. I don't know. These are really fucking obscure.
Study of Vengeance might actually be useful.
Well, there's several studies of vengeance. This is the color wheel application variant. Because there's also like the study of how it feels. Study of different flavors even of vengeance, but a color approach to vengeance? Very strange. My vengeance is blue. Only
Is
the
the
blue
bluest
vengeance is the best. Nobody has blue vengeance like I do.
Rubio says blue is the best color of Vengeance. He said it, I didn't.
The greatest clown of all time.
Okay. Yeah, we're gonna go with the. All right, I've got a title. I'll send him, or I'll scribble something down on a slip of paper and give him the title of the third book, The Teeth, Enamel, and the Utilization of the Mouth. Study log of teeth and their capabilities on the path and how to improve them.
They don't even bat an eyelash or pause. They're just like, makes sense. You got the titles. Well, each of these will require a remarkable treasure in trade.
Oh, each of the titles? Oh, okay. Yeah, I'll give him a remarkable treasure for each of those.
Okay, you'll find in about an hour 3 books that most likely would have been eerily ambiguous and identical, but also extremely undefined. Now very distinct. 3 books.
Neat.
There you are.
Ah. This will be quite useful for my master.
Oh, sure.
Well-
They're a collector of eclectic knowledge.
Quite so. Well, not them specifically. But anyway,
Yeah, it probably goes to the clan or whatever.
quite.
Animal business, friend.
Hmm. I imagine the only thing you're selling here is not books, as
Sure.
most people probably aren't looking for this type of thing.
Very true. I also am a diviner by nature. It's my discipline, so I can define the undefined for you, such as some of the things you have found down there. Now, a specialty towards weaponry and clothing.
Oh.
So if you have something that needs defining, just ask me to make it a weapon or a piece of apparel.
Oh.
Or both. Maybe you have a functional piece of clothing that is also a firearm or a weapon. I don't know. Maybe I make you a bowler hat with a shotgun in it.
Was it void stone that one could use nothing with that doesn't break? I'm not talking to the shop dude.
I don't
Forget
remember this.
the specific
I'm trying to think, but I can't
material.
remember.
I have a feeling whatever you're trying to ask for, probably not.
Probably not possible to make. Okay.
Well, unless
I guess the
maybe,
definer would need to know.
yeah, they would need to know just what that is. You'd need an example.
You could get a lucky patch for your suit.
Lucky patch for my suit. I already have a lot of luck.
Do you want
Have even
to
more.
dive deeper down that path?
Luck is pretty cool.
You want to blossom it in some way?
Yeah, I was thinking of doing something with the blossoming luck, but hmm. He is a definer. I do kind of want to get the blossoming luck artifact defined. I think I'll peruse the goods, and if I think of something that I want my objects to become, I'll swing back here. Fascinating market. Would be a waste to spend everything on the first merchant and then see something later.
Not a
But
merchant.
perhaps one.
I'm a definer.
Definer. Yes.
And it would not be a shame. I'm pretty good at what I do.
You provided the title or the books that I requested, so that was already a great help. Well, give me a bit of time to think, and I will return. Go ahead, Lar.
All right. I am going to use a complex action. This complex action is not to form Fate's vessel, but to use my Tesseract. I'm going to use the Tesseract and spend 16 of the Tesseract merit to Seat of Power Commerce for Mr. Havenlord. That 16 is going to turn into 128 merit, and I have currently 168 merit into the Seat of Power Commerce at this time. I wish to give Mr. Havenlord a boost.
Alright. I mean, he's just doing his thing. He's entered enhanced haggling.
Excellent.
He
It
put on
is
another pair of sunglasses.
very boring.
That's okay. I will keep an eye on my my little merchant and walk around. I mean, we already know where the definer is because Lyron decided to be lucky and stumble upon it. I could go check out Chung Po. Right up with the Lancer guy.
No. Just to add a character, just to clarify, was that the baton being passed to me, or did you still have something, Savala?
No, yeah, I'll just pass it off to you. You continue on, get your stuff.
Okay. Um, I simply hand the lady merchant my resume, and I will try my best to do what I think is right, if for whatever customer comes by. Um, kind of interested in Flame Guy over here.
Lame, dude. I mean,
Flaming Guy next to the Ice Lady.
Flameo hot man.
Not. Is it a Gundam? I don't know. This guy.
That's just not hair.
yeah,
That's a
he
main
crosses
character right
his
there.
arms with a big clang. You approach. You are of cold nature. Where's your fire?
That is a deep question to have, as somebody who, well, I'm not sure. Feels like it was there at one point. Now it's much quieter.
Then what drives you without the fire in your chest or belly, or even fire of the mind? What burns inside?
Well, earlier I would have said hate, but spite, rage, easy answers.
I see none of their hallmark tales on you. Each of those you can remark as words, but for them to bear flame in your chest or belly, it would be easy to tell. You have ash of these things. Fire's already long gone out. So do not claim them if they do not burn within you. I see a few embers, but what burns? And without these fires, what drives you to be a cultivator?
I've seen, or well, I have seen literature of people seeking the same answers. I have seen examples of peaks by somebody else's mind, but it is hard to feel or know what that peak is for this cultivator when all I've seen is how somebody else defines it and not myself.
Of literature written by others, and you speak of experience by others. Where is you? Why do you do or continue to do what you do? The path of cultivation only gets harder, and sometimes it gets so difficult that it is unbearable, and only a roaring flame will keep you going.
What burns is the desire to have what I never have been able to experience or have. I guess.
Which is what? Power? Strength? Good health? Capability? Longevity? Respect?
I believe it is a mixture of many of those things. I believe that I want a sense of belonging, a sense of into which even as I reach for those things and have them or envision them having them in my hand, it still feels it grows into a that's not enough or not what I was looking for. And the search continues for this feeling of I have never had this, and maybe it is the thing that will cure this desire for more evermore.
What I see is someone who has already achieved their goal. I see someone whose fire has dimmed and is mere embers now because you have all of the things that you want. And the only thing left to you is to continue to search new bonfires and new sparks for something that's missing. You have power, longevity, respect, achievements, even. You're here. You have money in your pocket. I can feel its weight. You have achieved all the things you had originally set out to do, with perhaps a lack of vengeance, but that fire is non existent. Doesn't drive you anymore. Nothing drives you anymore. The hope of something that will club you across the head is what's left. An accidental blaze. You have nothing to stoke you when things get dark.
I challenged misfortune itself.
Joel?
Yeah. So
What for?
what?
Why?
I think for that, for
Terrible.
something horrible, random, terrible, anything, the worst you could throw at me, to see maybe something would stoke me.
You are listless. You are without purpose, direction, drive. I can't say ambition because every cultivator is a vessel of hubris, ego, and ambition, because that is what it is to cultivate. It's to go against the order of things. It's to define your own self against all odds, and there are many odds. Sometimes you must go on a quest to find something that will drive you. But this isn't it. Going to an opportunity, sure, that's just feeding ego and ambition. Doesn't give you drive, and it won't give you drive. If you are listless and you need to find something that drives you, you must designate yourself a Tao quest. That won't end until you find something to stoke the fire. What defines you, though? So I'm not going to do business with somebody with no fire. My efforts would be wasted on you and would be picked up by somebody rifling through your pockets when you are cooling off dead on the side of the road.
Well, what is it to define a cultivator?
I already said it.
What drives me? The listless.
No.
You.
What is to be a cultivator is to be full of ego, hubris, and ambition.
I understand ambition, hubris. I'm looking up, reminding myself of the definition.
That is
Yes.
what is to be a cultivator, but that doesn't mean that is you. That is part of you.
It feels difficult to accept that I have the things I have proven these accomplishments, I've proven these achievements, but I don't believe it in me. There's something in me that says, no, you're not. You aren't there yet. You never will be. But
It's called doubt, and you will find it on the path everywhere you go. And since you have no fire to stoke you, all you have is the darkness. Doubt will creep in. You will have issues with self-confidence. You will have a directionless purpose. You will wander and squander your time. You may think you have a lot of it, but once you fall out of your golden years, things get significantly harder. So you don't have a lot of time. And you have those doubts because you have no fire. Fire will chase all things of shadow away, even if it's delusion, even if it's still there in the back of your mind, but the fire is so bright, who gives a shit?
the doubts would say then that I should just be exposed to this great fire, and I either warm myself, find mine, or I should just burn away. It
Be
is
exposed
hard.
to a great fire
Hmm.
is to be exposed to someone else's fire. Maybe you catch flame too, but it's not your will. It is
Hmm.
not your fire. You will burn on the behalf of another, which can be a noble cause, and that can be your fire, the fire of another. That's called vassalship. You serve another, and so thus their fire is yours. And sometimes, and actually in a lot of cases, that is the norm. To be the master of your own fire and to constantly keep it stoked is no easy task. It must weather any storm. Any darkness.
The darkness would say that vassalship is the best that I could ever achieve. I can fight and be a strong shield, but I can never be that. Or I was, and I've already lost my golden years, and I will never be that now.
You still have them, your golden years. I'm merely remarking that if you squander them without a flame,
Sure.
they will move by quickly. I have individuals that you could champion their fire, if that is what you desire. However, oftentimes,
I have a friend who I would champion their fire before anyone else's, but or just I don't know. I feel that I have to be in a fight to have any drive at all. Not that the fight drives me, but that being in the fight and then it becomes survival. Then I burn bright.
That's your fire. That's it right there. The fire doesn't have to be good for you. Fire could immolate you, burn you from the inside out. But that's fire is. It doesn't have to be a comforting hearth flame. It could be pouring gasoline on yourself and lighting yourself a match. Whatever burns, whatever drives you. And if seeking combat is what burns that fire, stokes it, then seek that, push that. Even in training, you can stoke the fire because you are getting more prepared for combat, the thing that you are ready for. And never shy away from a fight. If someone bumps into you in the middle of the street, fight that guy. You have justification, they bumped into you. Engage. Burn. And honestly, you and I would be of the same ilk. When I am not burning at my forge, I yearn for the fires of combat. And nothing would make me happier than to be bested on the field of battle while my flame burns brightest.
I am very conflicted with this fire. I want it. I do. Yes, that. That is a fire that burns in me. But then I stand and look, and I turn around, and I fear the bodies that I would stack. I fear the stories that I would end because I blaze too bright. And also the scale at which cultivators can stack bodies. And then it say, oh yes, the person was trying their best, and all of the sudden a tornado that wreathed in flames watched by, and their story ended.
You see, all those who step on the path of cultivation and truly pursue it are not guiltless. Those who are born into cultivation but seek peace may do so in a study, a classroom, or in an office. Those who step out on the battlefield with you have ego, hubris, and ambition in their hearts and minds, and they express that through their actions and words. Anyone who steps on the battlefield with you is there to further their cultivation, and they are guilty. But to choose the cultivation, to ascend, to reach apotheosis, you must go up. And without a ladder, you are forced to build a staircase. And, well, there's a lot of bodies that you can stack towards that goal. I think nothing of it. Every time you engage in combat with another cultivator, they too carry the baggage of all the story they have ended. And it is only fitting, in truest cultivator fashion, to add them to your pile. Their story ends so that yours can flourish. And that's just the cultivator way. Not everyone can reach apotheosis. And those that do have body counts bigger than entire civilizations. You didn't think cultivating to that tier would be bloodless, especially with a fire that wants combat.
I do not wish harm amongst the mortals.
They are not worthy of your fire in the first place. Steer clear of them.
Now that I've identified my fire, thank you.
Stoke
What?
it.
Just go up and be aggressive?
Not necessarily. Your fire doesn't have to be so, let's say, untamed. You could set yourself a set of code or rules you probably already have as a demonic cultivator. When that code has been infringed upon, it's time for combat. Time for the fire to stoke. Inflict yourself on the others who would dare infringe upon your code. Yes?
Yes. I'm still trying to define the lines. I'm still trying to understand the aspect of feeling and saying, nope, I'm just gonna get. And the justification still for that fire and that anger. Am I actually being a cultivator of worth, or am I an asshole?
Who cares? That is, your fire does not care. Your fire wants to burn. And it burns through glorious combat. For good or for ill, fire doesn't
Glorious
care if you
combat.
have justification or if you win or lose. The battle is what's important.
Okay.
However, do note that your fire should temper you if you lose, not reduce or gutter if you lose. I know many who like the idea and the romanticism of being potent in combat. However, I guarantee, especially with what you have designed yourself to be, you will get thoroughly trounced in combat as you are. You are not spec'd for it. You have not devoted your entire existence to its development. You have devoted time to something else.
It's easy to think you can when you have gimmicks, but I know I am not tested.
That's the thing.
Not really.
If you're willing to lose or indulge the idea that you could lose and that you would have some sort of retreat plan for survival, especially before you get crippled, and you don't care about losing face or the embarrassment of loss, who cares? Let your fire burn, and every time you have lost, let it temper you so that you know why. And you have that obsessive nature that fire provides so that you don't lose in that capacity again. What were you lacking? What part of the fire can you use to make you better?
May I ask what your shop provides now? That
The
we have
forge.
the forge.
I term what can be defined, undefined, as defined through fire, flame, and the hammering of a forge. What can be wrought and wreathed in fire is defined by mine. I also buy, in case you're willing to sell undefined things, but I always need material. You're also laden with curse, which is interesting.
Indeed.
We can do something with that. That can either be fuel, or that could be imbued. We can do many things with curses. They are interesting, to say the least.
I have the curse of the Marauder.
Yes, yes.
I would like to see if it could. Well, hang on a second. Can you wreathe curse and flame?
Certainly. But
I
for
would like
what purpose?
to see the fire stoked. To see myself accept, move through combat, to maraud, to say, I'm going to get stronger, and I will burn, and I will not let the world, will not let the doubt and the darkness creep in any further. I'm fighting for me.
How about something else then?
Hmm.
Marauder doesn't seem like you. Marauder has a combat prowess, yes, but they also have something else that you seem to shy away from. Marauders are a merciless locus. They will use everything at their disposal to the maximum efficiency and then cast it aside once it's no longer useful.
I do not have
They're a
that.
plague.
I don't like it. Yeah.
If you're willing to be a plague on the path, maraud. Everything is yours for the taking and exploitation. But they do not often seek combat if it is not in their ideal interests. They are more calculating than anything. You would be seeker, an obsessor, someone who will get what they're after.
A speaker.
You are here to seek glorious combat. And you will
Okay.
seek every avenue and obsess over every avenue to make you better at combat so that combat is more fun.
Yes.
Mm-hmm. So let us transform the Mark of the Marauder into something a little bit more your speed and shape. I
Let's
will
do
change
it.
this.
What?
I will require an unremarkable treasure and 10 seconds of your time.
Done. I hand him one of the unremarkable treasure I pulled from the dirt.
Pulls out a hammer, this molten thing, spins it, hefts it, and crashes it against your chest. And there's a clanging noise as if he just hit you directly as the anvil. And there's sparks that fly everywhere, and you are knocked ceremoniously on your back, looking up at the blue sky. But we may now change the Curse of the Marauder to Curse of the Seeker Obsessor.
Okay.
You no longer have to maraud.
I have to seek combat.
You must seek combat. And defined within what seeking combat is, well, that is held together by your demonic code. Because otherwise you would become a berserker, which is, I fight everybody for no reason at all.
Yeah, and Twitch, like, I don't know. I like that at times, but also that gets your people killed.
It'll make for a short campaign because eventually you'll not get away with it. People come after you. We'll have a big story arc of like, you are now one of the great enemies of the path, and they're gonna send righteous avengers and justicars after you. You know.
Yeah. At a certain point, you die.
But you will go down gloriously.
You said Curse of the Seeker. What was it?
Seeker
Obsessor?
Obsessor.
Let's see. How would you like me to change the text off of, because right here, I will copy and paste. This is Curse of the Marauder as written.
Hmm. Mm-hmm. Yes. Now you can feel something burning in your belly.
Combat restore your own. Okay, so I must fight.
Mhm.
Okay. Okay. I need to fully understand my demonic code a little bit better and what it means that I draw blades and infringing in my fire. Or, well, the thing that hurts. Okay. Oh, there's going to be a lot of fights. Okay. Um, what was your name, sir? What is your name? Sorry.
Let me get it for you.
Brings out his business card.
There we go. Me, you ask? I am the ever-burning Kieran of immolating pursuit.
Thank you, Everbearing Kieran. I am. Let's see. What do you have for sale? I'm not sure what your shop might have. I would like to. I I feel one unremarkable is not enough for the service of this conversation. I'd like to give you more.
Don't give. We merely had a Tao conversation specifically around why your flame does not burn. That does not require cost or
Ah,
remuneration.
the gratitude is high with me in for that conversation. Thank you. Also, well, I can't. Yeah, I was told to quit saying thanks so much.
Well, if you must show appreciation when it comes to paying, don't haggle the price.
Fair enough.
I'll give you a fair price, but it is in a cultivator's best interest to haggle. But if you want to show appreciation, then we'll skip that step. Unless that is combat for you. I don't wish to take that from you.
The combat of the haggler.
Yes. To most merchants, it is a battlefield in of itself.
Well, thank you for reminding me where my flame lies.
If you do not
Um,
burn for something, then all you have is shadow.
I will move to this person and pass the baton.
Johnny, speaking of haggle, the Haven Lord is full haggle mode. And
Yeah.
he could summon some protectors if you want to just go and do your own thing.
Okay. Just remember he has 168 merit worth of power in his seat.
Mm-hmm.
So he should be doing okay for that. I think I'll also go check out this fella. Oh, I knew where the warmth was in this place.
Warmth! You mistake me, sir. This is heat, passion, fire.
Oh, I know. I feel it resonating within me.
Your inner flame is burning low at the moment.
Yes, I was only recently able to feed it a tree, but I think it needs a little bit more of a pounding. Ah,
It needs to burn. And I'm not speaking of the named flame in your. I'm speaking of your flame that drives you.
oh, I see. I see. Here, I thought you were talking about my ever burning.
Oftentimes, those who carry the flame of an element, named or otherwise, mistake its warmth and heat for their own.
That is fair. Ooh, I'd say. We were just talking about hot things, Allie. Yes.
So,
Like me.
Oh, yes. Getting hot in the sun, my flower.
I've gotten a lot of sun.
Good. Well, you see, I disagree. For my flame, it's still related, even if I've taken my flame out of my sword. My sword is still my flame that I use to stoke myself. That has not changed. I'm still on the path of the sword. So I cannot. I don't know if I can agree with that statement.
I'm not saying your flame is gone in embers. I'm merely saying it burns low.
Oh,
And once again, I think you are mistaking your ability to control the element called fire and call it flame.
see, here I thought you were talking about my ambition, my passion.
Yes.
These aspects that I still hold dear. That
Yet
are
you have
part of
not
me.
transformed your fire into a cultivator's fire. It burns different. You have a mortal's fire, something that is fickle, that is ever changing. It rises and lowers. Sometimes it even burns out before you reignite it. A cultivator's fire is not so simple. It burns like a whispering voice in your mind or in the back of your spirit. It is a fire that can only be put out when you die. And even then, it still might burn on, creating a malevolent spirit.
Hmm.
It is also given other names by people. Some call it the flame of insanity. Some call it the immolating obsession. There are many names, all true.
Well, here I was going to think, ah, I should get something for my forge master, my lady of metal. But now you make me think that my fire needs to be fed to turn into this cultivator's flame you speak of.
It could be, but that is a personal journey, not something I offer, because if I were to lay my craft upon you, you will be then defined by my craft. And I do not wish for that prison to be applied to you.
This is more from an outside perspective, I suppose. Then.
Correct. It is one of my gifts and curses to be able to see what drives a cultivator and to see how much it drives them.
Hmm.
It's good that you have a fire that drives you. However,
Yes.
what it is right now, and you say you have a desire and drive to learn the sword, that is a mortal's obsession. Can't even call it obsession. It is a mortal's interest, because that's all it is an interest. And you will lose interest in it eventually, as you are in this current snapshot of you. You will seek other avenues. I have a feeling you will move on to other things the moment you hit your first great wall. How could you not? Why waste time trying to overcome what can be only perceived as an insurmountable, impassable wailing wall when you could be developing other avenues and aspects of yourself? That is why I call it an interest. If you were truly obsessed, you would not care for the inefficiency. You would burn just at the mere idea that something would stop you. And a wall would have your flame burning like an inferno. That is the difference.
Appreciate that outlook. It's good to have. I still feel like it's wrong because I don't believe it. But I think it's important to be told it, to reinforce it. That when you do run into this wall, you may make a choice that is different from the interest, as you say, that I have currently. That's a good point to make. Because really, I wasn't going to change the wall, but there was always the possibility of it happening. Because, like you said, not efficient, not worth my time as a cultivator upon this path. Huh. Ah, this is good. I like this. Ah, I think I
Always
caught
keep your fire burning.
What was that?
Always keep your fire burning.
Of course. And if I don't, well, I wouldn't be able to call myself a Sava. I'd just be a Deva.
Just take note that the lower your fire burns, the more the shadows creep in. Shadows of doubt. The shadows of what would you call that? As the GM, I'm blanking. I literally said the word earlier. self, whatever. Fuck. No words.
Understand.
Lack of self-confidence.
Mm.
Things like that.
Well, I think the aspect of confidence is important for being able to have the courage to move forward when the fears of doubt are behind your heels. Is the yes. But also remember that the brightest flame will create some very interesting shadows.
Not in the sense of passion and
Mm.
the inner flame that drives you. Those shadows do not exist if your flame burns bright enough. It's only when the flame burns so low that the darkness creeps in and the shadow starts to stretch forward to strangle what little fire you have left. Now, in the regard to the fire element, absolutely. The bigger it burns, the weirder the shadows get.
Hmm.
But in the fire of the heart, there should be no place for shadow.
Your Tao heart must be strong.
Even belligerent if need be.
Hmm.
Or oblivious if necessary.
Oh, I've been told I'm oblivious a fair amount of times. It's part of the Sava.
Then use that as an asset. Have a belligerent, oblivious Tao heart that obsesses over the things it wants to obsess over at the cost of all else. Who cares about those other things? I'm doing these things.
Hmm.
Leave me alone. Unless you want to fight.
So, I heard you're someone of the Forge.
Yes.
I have an artifact that I'm trying to decide what I should do with. It has been not defined yet, but I have some ideas I want to run by you.
That's a consulting.
Hmm, that's fair. What can we do for consulting? How
If
much
it's a
do you
basic
charge?
consulting, it's going to be an unremarkable treasure.
Right.
That is for preliminary mock-ups, but no detail. And price goes up from there.
Gotcha.
And that's just on consulting, let alone the actual craft.
Hmm.
I am a definer.
Right.
The objects that I define are defined through fire and flame, hammer and anvil.
Hmm.
So if it can be created, shaped, molded, and brought into being through my specialty, then I am the one you seek. If it is not, if you need someone clever or not so ever burning as I am, someone quick with their fingers or more methodical in their approach, there are other definers here that you can go through them. I
Right.
think the cowboy, or the one with the big brimmed hat, they do weapons and clothing.
Right. Yes. Yes.
I do armor and weapons, but it's fire tempered. So you're more likely to find clever weapons with them, like firearms or some sort of gizmo.
Hmm. All right. Well, I don't have any treasures to offer besides the one I wish to utilize. So I don't think I can consult with you then. That's too bad.
Unless you have a lot of money.
I do have some heaven and earth crystals, but I understand.
Need to be supreme grade. Anything lower than that is not really worth my time.
Well, I have some supreme grade here.
Do you want a detailed consult or a general consult?
Detailed consult.
That'll be 10.
All right. I pass the 10 over, and I bring out the Blossoming Luck Cultivator artifact. I want to give my fiance a gift. She is a forge master in training, and she was not able to come out. So it is only fair that, and to my best of interest, to give her something nice as a gift.
A pin.
What was that, Matt?
A hairpin.
A
They have
hairpin.
to tie their hair back when they hit the hair next to the forge so that their hair doesn't catch fire. And it also stays out of the eyes and the nose, the mouth.
Mm.
An
Have you
accessory.
accessory? Have you ever heard of the Matara clan?
Matara, as in the Zone 3 Masters of Metal?
Oh, yes. I bring out, if I find, actually, I can find her here right quick. What? I should have had her right there. She gave me
Yeah.
something. One sec. It's actually a little more different than that. I'll bring out the token I have from the Baknokrati metal clan. Yes, her name is Kuni Matara. She's my fiance. And as you said, I think that is a great gift. And being able to take this lucky blossoming artifact and give her something that can make her skill not need that luck in the first place is something I think is a good pursuit. Is this something you could help me with?
Sure, if I forge it through fire.
She does like her fire, and it is, yeah. All right, all right. This is good. This feels right.
I have no doubt you wish to focus on a stable feature of luck within the item.
Yes.
Well, there are two ways to approach blossoming luck.
Mm.
Either it blossoms under my flame and hammer, or it blossoms after my craft and during use over a long period of time. That is not stable, though, because it can vary greatly under blossoming. Or I could force it, blossom it, and so that it is a stable, and it'd be a blossomed piece of craft.
Well, to me, it feels like I need to let her blossom it. That's what it feels like. So the second option seems like the best. Because maybe then I could give my fire in the same way that you would be doing in the first side to yours. Um, but as the consultant, what do you think? How does
Blossom
young
and Luck
love?
is unstable. I'm
Yes,
just
like you
going to
said.
leave it at that.
Yeah.
I can blossom the luck into a fixed amount so that
Right.
it is there's no variability left. And it would be strong. Depends on how well they can cultivate luck. If they have very little capabilities to cultivate luck through their craft, or they're just not a lucky person, a fixed luck would be significantly more advantageous. But if they have a lucky streak to them or some sort of ability to cultivate luck, I suppose in the long term that it might be more beneficial or advantageous for the second option.
What I'm going to do is I'm going to think about that as he says it. I'm going to spend this complex action
Mhm.
forging my my Fate's Vessel coin, and I'm going to sleight of hand flip it and see if Kunimitara is a lucky person, or if she decides so the one or the two. I guess in this case, one being the that it is better to give her a fixed one, or two, it is a um, she is a lucky person that she can blossom this into something. Is that a an interesting use of the fate here? Just the kind of like as a seer in a sense,
That
see
character
if it.
has their own fate.
Yeah.
So are you trying to determine if they're lucky or not on a D2?
Um. No. I'm just trying to decide. I was trying to divine it in a sense. If Kunimitara is lucky, if she would be more beneficial for the two. Um, and mostly, I guess it would be if I flip it and it doesn't come back, then I don't get any answer. But if it does come back, I get an answer. Is that fair?
Sure.
Okay. A two.
Hmm. Uh, they're neither lucky nor unlucky. You would consider them steady.
Steady. Okay.
Uh, they would not observe or even allow luck to come into the craft. They would hammer their own luck even if it costs significantly more craft time.
Mhm. Me, that sounds like two then. Of taking her own luck. But it could also backfire, like you said, or just become unstable. Um, Okay. So Lar thinks about this, and he says to the Everburning, "She is not lucky nor unlucky. She forges her own luck, even if it would take longer to do. Which makes me think that if I allow you to provide her a blossomed flower, in this case for a hairpin, that, or at least for the first option, she wouldn't take that luck and she would do something else with it in a sense. So does that not sound like she should take the second option and let it blossom
No, because
herself?
both have to do with luck.
Therefore, I shouldn't do this for her in the first place. That's what I'm hearing.
No, we just have to pivot. You paid for the detailed advanced consult. So what we do is we apply a different approach.
Okay.
Instead of a blossom, you have an alternative object.
Right. Okay.
Do you have something else? Do you have another treasure or relic that you have found that we could work with?
Well, I have a quasi-cultivated treasure that one of my
Oh, get that one.
All right.
Do a trade or a swap or something. You
All right,
swap it
Mr.
out with
Havenwood.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I will yeah, I'll let him hold on to the 1 out of 100,000 and go back to the 57 out of 10,000.
Mhm.
All right. A quasi-cultivated treasure.
With this, we can turn into a vessel of misfortune protection. Just because they don't observe luck and they don't wish it to affect their craft, that doesn't mean misfortune has gone away.
Right.
And perhaps an artifice that can perhaps either chase away or catch the misfortune before it can inflict itself. That would be more helpful.
Well, I do know an artifice. So you're saying, I give you this treasure, you forge it into a material that I then give to an artifice, which then they can do something with?
Yes, for money.
For money, of course.
Simple as that.
All right. The question is then, how much would this cost?
How good do you want it to be?
Hmm. I wish it to be flawless as I pass over a fairy tale.
Hmm. That's a good start. You have the bigger brother of this one?
I do not have a bigger brother on hand. But I guess
It's a
that
good
would not
start.
be that couldn't be flawless then. It was a Turn of phrase. Ah, it's too bad.
Well, there's an additional question. Is it lasting or is it short-term use?
Oh, I mean, I would
Short-term
love it to
use
be
or-
lasting, of course, but I think I only can afford short-term use for it.
It's also a quasi vessel, so it's best used as a short-term use.
Right.
If you had a pile of money you could waste, we might be able to do something like what is called a burgeoning vessel. You would have a staying artifact of flawless quality,
Mhm.
and it potentially could become full divine under the right stressors. But you would need a lot of money. Something short term is also not so bad.
Yeah, that's fair. I think having something short-term for something she really wants to work on for her craft would be very important still to have.
Well, that is a good start, which you have offered, but it is not going to be nearly enough.
All right. Hmm. Well, I think really all I have on me right now. Well, hmm. Are you an earthly path?
The devil.
All right. I have some cosmic resources.
Those are nice, but I would only be looking for specific ones.
Now, which one specifically?
Most of Star.
Hmm. Well, so you look into the Ori. I have 2 star motes on me.
We need 4.
Hmm.
Or you can do the 2 and then we can figure out something else.
We'll do 2. That and pass him over a moon juice just in case. For all your hard work in this endeavor, um, I believe this would be good. This is a one of our specials from the Moon Duality. Brewed local there. What else could I offer you that you would be interested in? What about a defiant purple nebulum charge? Some tribulation. All right.
That'll work. It'll be done by the time the market closes up.
All right.
Other business?
Well, I think so.
Then what other business do you want?
No. I thought you said is at the end of business. Not is there
No,
any
is
other
it- you-
business?
Is there any other business? Yeah.
No, that's fine. Yeah, I got you. No, I think we're good. I appreciate getting to know you, my friend. It's good to see fire out and about, and also just what you said earlier about mine. It's good to know that you can see it, but I understand, like you said, it's a curse as well. But sometimes things need to be balanced. So I appreciate it.
All right. Lyron.
I have decided. How much would it take to turn this blossoming luck relic into a meditation robe for cultivating?
You want to put luck into your cultivation process?
No, into mountain climbing specifically.
That's what I'm saying. You're climbing the mountain. You don't want to be relying on luck. Unless you're
Fair.
talking about the
I'm looking for additional resources on the mountain.
luck ain't gonna get you.
No. Okay. What about this cultivated treasure then?
Better, yeah. You some of that? You said you want more resources. Are you wanting more spiritual power?
There's particular well, I'm a cosmic cultivator. There's crystallized lightning I'm looking to find on the mountain. And see, I don't want to miss the opportunity to get all of it.
Well, that's the point. You're not supposed to get all of it. You're supposed to pick and choose. It's part of the right. You can get all the main pieces, of course, but there's always going to be some like minor thing missed. But that's supposed to be. But we can help you get the important bits.
Sure. That sounds exactly what I'm looking to do. Getting the
Sure.
most out of it seems to be rather important.
You're gonna need spirit power. That's the name of the game for the entirety of the climb of the mountain. No matter what it is, every time you act, it costs you spirit power. Anytime you take harm, you have to recover it with spirit power. And you lose spirit power by being harmed. So I think this is a very easy solution. We'll just get you a spiritual artifact that has, it's called a reservoir of spiritual power that you can rely on.
I already have a bunch of pills to help with that. Is this going to significantly help or allow me to store the spirit power for a later climb on the mountain?
I mean, you'll have to figure out a way to fill it back up, but yeah, you can use it while on the mountain. That's the whole point.
Well, that sounds excellent then. And then I can hand it to my other DAO companions after I'm done, and they can use it too, yes?
No, this will just be for you.
Okay. Well, I'll still go for that. That sounds like an excellent use of the cultivator treasure.
All right, let's get it done. What are you gonna be paying for it? How good do you want it?
Excellent question.
Ain't it just?
How good? What if I gave you the Blossoming Luck Cultivator artifact as payment?
All right. Shit. I'll make it real good for you.
Excellent.
It will take me until the end of the market to make it, though. Not
Sure.
particularly quick, especially if you're paying the big bucks for it.
Well then, that is what I wish.
Very well. Let's get you some stuff. And then you
Good.
can do other stuff. Hey, look, there's Mr. Lar.
Oh,
hi.
Lyron, I heard you were, you know, making a good transaction. So I brought over moon juice to help her with her craft for yourself.
Oh.
Brought you by the moon.
Well, I guess here's a moon juice from my DAO companion to help quench you. It is the quenchiest.
I appreciate it.
All right, keep up the good work, Lyron. I've also commissioned a piece of work, and I don't think there's anything else I can really do here. From what I have, I just need to take care of my. Yes. Anyway, I'll be back.
Right. I'm going to briefly go AFK in order to let the puppies out. Unless we want to do our break now.
It is. We have been 3 hours and 24 minutes so far. So yeah, sure.
Could Chun Po ask some, or well, no, out of character. Could I ask some questions real quick on some of the, or well, what can be done with an undefined like thing? Unless we're already on break.
No, we can. Are you asking to take break?
Well, that was brought up. I don't mind if we take break real quick. I'm curious as to what I can do because it seems like we're getting close to the end of the shopping episode, and I still have cash in pocket.
Oh, we're not getting close to the end. Like, if we need to go
Okay,
into
cool.
next session to shop, like, I'm not gonna rush this. The shopping episodes, especially after like extracting with all your goodies out of a tough scenario and a situation that you guys worked hard for, like, yes, it can be a bit tedious and slow to the pace of the game, but it doesn't make it any less important.
Okay. Because want to, or I am having fun talking to lots of people.
That's what it's
And
for.
I also am trying to figure out if a undefined treasure can be molded into undefined books, into undefined or slightly defined, and then like that process sounds interesting to me, and I want to try and use some of my high treasure stuff into something worthwhile or something that will fit and something that I could hypothetically build on. And so I want to do it right.
All of these things are potentially something that can be done.
But I am game for break.
Okay.
15-minute or 10-minute or
I am not running outside. I ordered a tie wrap from the local
Nice.
Jimmy John's, and they're going to deliver it instead of me running out to Tamale Kitchen.
Awesome.
Normally I run to Tamale Kitchen because I don't really trust the Taco Bell nearby, because the breakfast crunch wrap is what I normally go there for, and they haven't given me a good one in the last 2 times I've gone. So
Damn.
I got to go to Tamale Kitchen, which is arguably so much better. However, it is another 10 minutes. So.
Okay.
But I got food on the way, so call it 10, 15 minutes whenever people trickle back in.
Okay. I will disappear. Swoosh.
All right. I'm guessing everyone is gone.
No, I'm just hanging out,
Oh, okay.
waiting for my food to get here.
Sure, sure. I'm also looking to use the remarkable treasure on a training gi. The last one. Do
Boo-doo-doo-doo-doo-doo-doo.
I've returned.
Nice.
Hello, returned.
That's not how that works.
Oh, he has returned.
Yes.
What's their name?
He.
He.
Man.
He.
Okay. Who currently has the baton of?
You can go if you want.
Chunpo approaches this person with, I believe, glasses and a cigarette in his mouth, or her. Yeah, glasses. White hair.
Yeah.
Blood all over. Okay.
He's like, yeah.
I give a martial salute and bow. Good
Yeah,
day,
none
sir.
of that.
Okay.
I'm not part of your Eastern, powwow. I'm from the West. We do more casual greetings.
What? Are you shop? Are you? What is your profession?
I'm all sorts of stuff.
Alrighty.
Uh, I'm mostly here to buy. Mostly because that's what my company wants me to do.
Okay, you represent an entity.
Yeah. So let's just call it an ambiguous, unnamed Western corporation is interested in the things here. And they're willing to throw a lot of money for no questions on
What?
undefined things.
Okay.
That's for the company. Me, on the other hand, well, I'm curious. I can't help not be, because, well, this stuff is strange. You guys have some really strange stuff in the East.
What? Ignoring the entity, we will get to paying their cost once we are there. What are you curious about?
Mm. Just how this stuff came to be, why it's in the state it's in, so on and so forth. But that's for me to figure out.
Fair enough.
Need people giving me answers for research that I want to do.
Smart.
However, I'm willing to experiment.
Okay.
Experiment as in I'm not going to charge you for it, but it could sacrifice or cost you the item if I mess up, because I will be experimenting, and or you may not get what you want, or I might want to keep it.
Okay. Well, what is your experimental process? What are we experimenting?
I will take an undefined object, and I will define it.
Okay. Yeah. I will take a unremarkable treasure and see what you can do with this.
Sure.
Let's see, is that -1. And a one. Pursue. Oops.
It plays around with it. Breaks. The other half turns into some sort of pen. Success. Try to get the other half to be an inkwell with ink. Damn.
It did work, just not how you thought it would.
That's why it's an experiment. Oh, here's a defined pen. without any ink.
You can keep it.
He twirls it across his knuckles and then opens up the inside of his jacket, puts it in a pocket.
Okay. So your goal is to get just a bunch of these. And
The company's goal is
Tinker.
to get a bunch of these, and my goal is to potentially get my hands on my own supply for my own research.
well, this is the only place I've ever seen undefined things. At least so far, anyways.
Mm-hmm.
I cannot supply you with a lot of these, and well,
I'm not saying you do it for free. I'm saying I'd pay you. I have a grant, so I have a bit of cash, and what I can't personally buy, the company will buy. I don't get it, or I don't get possession of it, but
this would be expressed through Marshall coins, or
I mean, I got all sorts of denominations.
so an unremarkable for any currency,
I mean,
strictly monetary value currency.
well, there are some currencies that don't cover the worth of an object.
Hmm.
So if I were to pay you, say, a penultimate grade Heaven Earth Cultivation Crystal, you would probably need more than a unremarkable treasure in exchange.
Understood.
We're buying wholesale, so we're even buying the big ticket items for a pretty solid price. We'll even buy the curses off of you if you want it.
That's
It's
the
a little
second
harder.
time I've had somebody offer me that.
Yeah, well, they have value as long as they're paired with the things that would, pair with them. That's why they have value. Alone, they're not too valuable.
Alone, it's a curse.
Yeah,
Is there a
but
blessing, or are you combining two curses to create a blessing?
no, we're doing research to see how curses and associated non-cursed objects, or even doubly cursed objects, work together, interact with one another, their relationship in the Tao, and all that other stuff.
That does sound very interesting, and I would like to be a part of that discussion, but I fear interacting with it in a non-individual basis, i.e. your company, would make it difficult to do what I
Not
would like.
really. You could apply for a job at the company. You could be a Eastern Continent liaison and acquisition specialist.
I could, but I don't think that's where my fire wants to take me.
Okay. What does fire have to do with anything? You can support your hobbies, but you also have a paying job. Cultivation, from what I last understood, is a little on the pricey side.
It is. Mm,
From what I also understand, cultivators seem to have pockets full of crap they don't use.
yes. Yes, I do.
Well, as you cultivate, you're going to accrue more crap that you're not going to use, and there are some interested parties that would potentially like to alleviate you of all that heavy, unnecessary weight around. For cash, of course.
I the Eastern and Western style mindsets have me steering in different directions right now. I can understand and see the value in your thought process, and the removal of my own stuff does sound like a better time of it. And I guess it's not necessarily wrong if I then know what I want to do in the future with things I actually use. However, also, I feel like the Eastern style would say, find a way to cultivate what you don't use.
Where does that say? I've never heard that say.
That's fair. That's just my mind saying it, but
Mm-hmm.
wouldn't it make more sense to try and cultivate what the path has given you? In some way, even if it is a...
Did the path
maybe
give
not
it
a
to you? Did you take it?
Well, then I feel wasteful for taking something I can't use.
Yeah, so sell it to people who will use it. Aren't you guys like really into like harmonious balance of your dower or
Yes.
whatever? We call it a build. But
Yes.
uh-huh.
And yes, a harmonious balance of the build does sound nice. I can expel that which should not be mine.
I'm not trying to force you or anything. I'm just giving you options. I'll buy whatever you got and we can go our different ways. Or maybe you don't want to sell. I don't know.
That seems to be something that all these shops have in common. There's just a level of the undefined and given either more definition or something has changed at these shops. But it's hard to understand what one can do different. It just feels very similar amongst everyone. I'm not sure where the hiccup
Well,
is, or if I'm trying to create something and I don't know what it is.
Well, you're going to have to look at the disposition of the discipline itself. It's such a niche discipline. You have all these individuals who are practitioners. How often do they actually get to practice in earnest and at length? They're special discipline. They really don't. So you got all of them here. And everyone else, we just want to buy and get the hell out of here.
Gotcha.
So yeah, you got all sorts of wholesale buyers and wholesale sellers.
I will keep looking around and keep talking then to try and see if I can find the right fit, right feel. But I will keep you in mind, and whatever I have left over. Well, that sounds rude as shit. If I find the desire, I will return.
Well, before you give me your dregs, do know this. I got Marshall coins. And I got it in large sums. So, perhaps I also return the favor. If you wait too long and you only give me the dregs, I'll most likely have to switch to an alternative currency because I might run out of Marshall coins by the time you're done. Or maybe what you're trying to sell is not worth Marshall coins.
How about a vexingly lucky cultivator? Or what the fuck was it? Vexingly lucky cultivator artifact.
I give you 20 grand in Marshall coins for it.
So 20,000 Marshall coins?
Yep.
Sold.
All right, here you go. What else you got?
That was the only one that I actually knew for certain I wanted to sell. and that I did not want to hold on to.
All right.
But -1 exceedingly.
You want to sell your big ticket stuff? I got a big banknote that I'm waiting to get pawn off to the biggest seller, because you seem to have something truly crazy. If you want, I am willing to buy your entire stock, including all your curses and that crazy luck misfortune thing you got going on, for 1,000,000 martial coins.
Like calm Savalar. Psst. Would 1,000,000 martial coins be something that we are excited about?
Extremely.
But there's a flip side to that. It's
But-
that any character building you wanted to do with the doom aspect that you had for
Yeah.
curses is gone. So if you want to not have that section of your character sheet and just focus on something else, go for it. If you want to have this thing, don't go for it. Because 1,000,000 martial coins is, yes, we should be foaming at the mouth of, oh my God, this is so crazy. But there is a caveat for your character development on how you want to move forward. That's just how I'm viewing this for you. But 1,000,000 martial coins, that's amazing. You could form your crystal matrix so much easier with you'd be able to get that done. You can buy anything you wanted. But there's a catch. Where is the money coming from? What's the point of this transaction? What are they going to do with it? If you give them this shit, 1,000,000 martial coins has story amplification. So if you get it, something happens. That's just my takeaway from what just that transaction.
Let's see. Chunpo asks the party, how long do we think we will be on the earthly road? Are we going to see just the earthly road all the way through? When are we jumping to the stars? I realize that there's some bees that I am trying to get still.
Oh, I
And
thought
I
you forgot
would
about
like.
that.
Nope, I remember the bees. That's a heart demon if I forget. It is something that I wish to see, but also there's a level of, are we wanting to just go through the whole earthly path and then jump into the cosmic path once we have done it all?
Do you remember the?
Well, we can't do that.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, yeah, the aspect of the thing that tries to kill us 10 times if we complete the earthly path, and then if we also do the cosmic path, it's an additional 10 more times, and so it has 20 chances to kill us, and it gets better at it each time.
Are you talking
I-
about the mountain climbing?
Maybe that.
No.
The
It's
cultivating
mostly-
killing constellation is what you're referring to.
Yes.
Yeah.
That.
I'm pretty sure, as we've discussed in the past, is that we have until the end of checkpoint or zone 1 to finalize a decision. After we finish,
Zone 1. Okay.
so we finish this next opportunity. We either, well, I thought we were choosing the cosmic path and going forward with that.
It feels like every time that we do something, it digs deeper into the earthly path, and I'm just like, I don't mind. I do want to, like, yes, the goal is still cosmic in nature and crazy in scale, but it feels like more ties get tied into the earthly path the longer that we are here. So I'm just like, if I didn't care, 1,000,000 Marshall coins, jump into space, get some bees, and wabam.
It's all about scale. How much time do you think is going to happen in the next year for interactions?
Right. We only have 2.
If you
It's
do
like,
this interaction right now, if you give them 1,000,000 Marsh coins, I mean, you get the million martial coins. That year is going to things are going to happen.
Yeah.
And then we get to the point where we're about to leave, but we don't have that opportunity anymore. That's just a possibility of something that could happen. I'm not saying it's going to, but it's all about the scale of things. As the earthly path, every minute, second counts. You know what I mean?
Yeah. To answer things based on curses and all of these other stuff and everything that we got for 1 million, Chunpo views the aspect of chasing the doom and chasing curses and all these other things is to the desire to flip the doom back to not fucking doom, at least. And that's in that regard, I don't want to let go of the curses, but I also am not sure how the hell to build this reversal of bad fortune for others and to at least get to a net zero and what that looks like for Chun-Po, because it would turn into being able to manipulate poisons, curses, hoodoo, and some other, like, just something that feels like a nefarious misfortune, not just fate. I can't really do anything about fate, but this somebody wanted you dead so badly that it became some sort of like essence of cheating.
This way.
Cool.
What is your pursuit? Like, pursuing doom, reversal of fortune, and curses, hexes, and voodoo, that requires time.
Yes.
You want to be a combatant. You want to enjoy the roar of combat. Build-wise, you are the weakest in combat by a long shot.
Yeah.
So, to make you good at combat, you will have to spend time being good at combat, and all these curses will just sit on your character sheet, always affecting your character. But you don't have time to do something about it because you have to be good at combat. And then whatever else the team has got going on. So this is a battle of time investment. What part of your sheet gets good and what part of your sheet withers? If you guys caught that.
I just spent the curse of the battles of Seeker. Hang on a second, I wrote it.
Session.
Yes, Seeker Obsession would. I don't know if that's better or worse, or if that curse should also be gone.
It's just a curse.
Okay.
It's there to help stoke your flame. It's like a fire starter.
Yes.
It doesn't exempt you from being a seeker obsessor if you lose it. It's just there to like curse you into that seeking obsession so that the fire gets started and starts to build really quickly. You can still do it on your own without it. And the best part is you still should keep a catalog of all your curses. Because if you're practicing curses, hexes, and voodoo, part of it is having been cursed. What happens to those curses afterwards? Who cares? But once you've been cursed by something, you know what it is. You know how it works. You know how it operates, and potentially you can use it to curse others. Because that's the first law of curses, hexes, and voodoo. One must be cursed to curse others.
I keep track of just curses.
Still a good point though. If you,
Yeah.
you could take it off your character sheet, and then it's the same thing as Matt's way of refunding merit for things on your character sheet. It's just here's
Somebody
martial
throw
points
money
instead.
at you.
Yeah.
See.
Yeah, there's another wholesaler or whole buyer that wants to buy all of that from you as well, but they may not pay in martial points. They may pay in other resources.
Yeah, that guy.
Yeah, he may pay you in cosmic resources because he's a
Sure.
cosmics practitioner. He may pay you in black iron meteorite and meteorite crystals and other strange cosmic shit. He may pay you in the largest lump sum of stardust you've ever seen.
And maybe that's more beneficial to us in the long run if
Martial
he
coins
is.
are useful in all paths.
Okay.
Remember, I
Or
was
you.
telling about your truth crystal formation.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Gotcha.
it's the same thing as the golden core. It's the equivalency, right, of cosmic side. And we've learned already from Vicarious that if the more martial coins you have, the better that process is.
Along with all sorts of other processes.
Yeah. But
Just being rich and having the
Yes.
right type of money is a superpower.
And we could put that in the treasury. And I hear that
Invest
interest is
in-
pretty good when you have a
yeah.
bunch of stuff.
Oh,
Time in
you're
the
gonna
game is-
interest scam me. Fuck you.
It isn't a
You have
scam.
to
You
take
gave
it
it to
now.
us.
I know. I'm just glad
shit.
somebody remembered.
Oh, I was actually doing that last week. I was going through the sanctuary bonuses, so I knew about that too.
This would also eliminate the alluring blackened vessel of misfortune, and which that one, looking back, I don't think, or well, could I use that as a way to try and create this flip flop, or am I looking at the wrong side of the spectrum there?
Misfortune basically never helps you.
Yeah. I think I do it. But I also, what was it? The black, or what, hold on. Black Moon, what the heck, what are you? Yes.
Talking about your
Twice
substat.
Jinx Luck stat, Black Moon of Misfortune. I guess, yeah, that should just also really. I got a mysterious You Shall Not One. That one wasn't a curse. That one was just.
An item.
No, it wasn't even an item. What was it? It was like a mysterious result to one of my rock and a hard place, I believe.
Oh, that was just an add-on to your Jinx, I'm guessing.
Oh, well, it was an add-on to the Jinx, and
Because like I got a few different things from my Eclipse luck.
gotcha. So that mysterious would still stay. The luck stat would go. The relic of spite would go. All of my curses, and then from there up, all of that. Okay, and everything else. I think I do it, but I also like. I don't know. Okay, with 1,000,000 Marshall coins, I should be able to invest in myself to figure out how to create this Doom saving from Doom aspect for people, or no, I should invest in wanting to fight because it's the fire.
Yeah, what drives your character? It's also my way of as a GM to help players realign their attention and or like drive for their own piloting of their own character. Because sometimes, especially in this module, you're just pulled in every which direction, and eventually it's like, what do I even do? And you might, start to lose interest. So having a guy goes, "What drives you?" and shakes you, going, "I don't know. Find out." Often helps.
Mm-hmm.
So if you really want to see your character wade into combat and be the problem, then perhaps the sale is what you go with. That'll get you a huge, a chunk in your pocket. It also means you don't have to stretch yourself thin towards doom and curses. You don't lose the knowledge of said curses or the knowledge of said doom, but you don't have the assets. You will lose out on all your misfortune and lucky stuff, but sometimes you just gotta forge your own luck.
This past few weeks have been lessons in letting go. So I think I will go ahead and, for once, just be greedy and take the payout and win a little.
Okay.
Do you
So-
want Haven Lord to help before you finish this
Oh,
off?
absolutely. I want Haven Lord right here. Yeah, is this a good million? Like, am I, is this a
You're not
haggle
gonna be able
battle?
to barter up or down. A million is like
Million.
grossly overpaying.
Gotcha.
Bet.
Well, there you go then.
Bet. Here you go. Yeah, I'll take $1 million then.
This guy is giving you the I want no fuss price.
Give me that now.
Don't haggle. Don't fuss over it. Just strip.
Bet.
Yeah. So they'll buy all of your relic or your stuff that you got from the opportunity, including the curses, basically everything, physical wise. However, he doesn't. Did you do the moon thing? The moon reflection thing?
Yes.
You keep that.
I keep the Black Moon of Misfortune.
Of course, that's not an object. That
Yep.
is a unlocking an aspect of luck for yourself.
Okay.
That was you unlocking luck.
Alright. Give me a second.
Or in this case,
Jinx.
bad. What is the text on the black moon?
Jinxed, twice jinxed luck stack, the Black Moon of Misfortune. Jinxed, all probability rolls are rolled twice. Take both results. Overdraft unlocked. Can roll over or under the maximums of a probability test. Roll 4 times. Take all 4. Calamitous Ultima. For each rolled dice that fails, it can not only overdraft individually, it can trigger rock at a hard place multiple times.
They are going to buy that though, because that's part of the big chunk. So what
Okay.
you'll have is the black moon that lets you overdraft your luck, but they'll be taking the rest of that esoteric resource through a ideation capture vessel,
Okay.
because that's what they're really paying for. That's the big ticket item that they wanted.
Alrighty.
But you'll still have the reflections of a black moon, which just gives you overdraft capabilities, but you no longer have to worry about big probability swings or being stuck only with bad rolls. You won't lock people out of luck rolls on your turn anymore.
Yeah, that was the cultivated spite relic.
Yep. They'll be buying all that from you, and the majority of your quadra jinxed ability.
Yeah.
You still have the core essential piece, though. You have unlocked the luck aspect, but all they'll leave you is the overdraft part.
Okay. And
But
the
you can
jinxed,
build on
or
that.
do I remove the jinxed?
It's no longer jinxed. It's just
Okay, so
reflections
this
of the
one.
black moon, and all it says is you may overdraft on luck, up or down, with no probability swings, no bonus or reduction to probability rolls. You don't have to automatically overdraft. Yeah,
And
you
not
can just,
multiple rocks and hard places.
which is what they're paying big money for.
Gotcha.
Because you got some wild and crazy like set of anti-luck stuff, and they're like, give it to me, I want to research that. They're gonna probably bring it back to their labs in the west and be like, all right, how does misfortune even work?
Yeah. I am removing the spite relic. I have changed the wording for my curses to active curses that have been on Chun-Po, and so all of these have been removed. Something that I wanted to double check now that I've changed the wording of that. My soul curse. I don't think I've ever actually asked for that one and it written, but that is an
Your Withering
active.
Soul Curse?
Yes. I'm not sure
They'll
if that
take
one
that
has.
too as part of the price. They want all your curses.
Well, that one got removed because like it withered, but it was an active curse on me at one time. Unless it is still active, but I
It's
thought
still
it
active.
went
You're just
away.
fighting it off at all times.
Well, um, I thought it went away when I got rid of my blood, and it was like a bloodline curse, and because I didn't have blood, it was. Or is it still there and it just
It's your
doesn't fucking
soul
bother
that's
me?
withering.
Soul, gotcha.
Yeah. But this will allow you to no longer be subject to that 9-star negative quality. They're going to buy it from you as part of the million gold.
Okay.
But you can still have it as part of your curse catalog.
Yes, that is the aspect of having it actually like, because right now I have it as soul withering curse.
Mhm.
Okay.
Yeah. They buy all this stuff wholesale off of you. You feel almost a little bare after he's done with you. He's like, nice.
Okay.
And yes, do you have a big enough spatial ring for all this money?
I
Yes, he does.
believe, yeah, I believe I do. Here, I'm gonna get some gear, DNA encoded with a very large space inside. Last I checked, it had the body and the horde. Can it still fit very large space? Can it fit a million Marshall coins in there with the horde, or will
Sure.
it try to? Okay.
He'll send them over to you in boxes, large boxes. Each box has 10,000 Marshall coins, and he just keeps transferring Marshall coin after
All
Marshall
right, he's
coin
gonna be there
box.
until the end of the.
Oh
Well, it's
dear.
100 transfers, so.
Okay. It takes a minute.
Thanks for the stuff, man. Corporate will be happy. That's gonna be. They're probably gonna create an entire study group specifically just for the stuff you just sold us. So appreciate the business. It's hard to make corporate happy, you know.
Indeed. Should this come to mortals, I would like to know.
You won't, because even I don't know what corporate does. Besides, what's your business interacting with people in the Western continent, anyways?
Mm,
And that's the
fair
caveat.
enough.
You sold to a shady,
Yeah.
ambiguous corporation in the West
Gave you
a
a
bunch
giant
of
lump
really
sum.
sketchy stuff. Who knows what they're going to do with it? I don't even know what they're going to do with it. It's corporate. Probably something for profit. I don't know.
Hmm. Every action.
Don't worry about it. Most of this stuff is cultivator class stuff. It's like so much fucking overkill to use on normies. It doesn't require even a remote amount of effort to kill normies. So it's not worth it. Why would we waste some extremely valuable thing that we paid a pretty hefty price for on normies? Besides, interacting with normies influences profits, because if corporations lose the normies' trust, well, the largest group of buyers are normies. They're not the highest spenders by any regard. That's where cultivators come in. But normies compete with that easily by sheer volume. But if we lose their trust because, I don't know, we're doing terrible things to them, that hurts the bottom line, that hurts profit, and that's not good. So you could sleep well knowing that corporate ain't gonna fuck with the bottom line, which means they're not gonna mess with the normies. Are they gonna do some terrible, horrible things to other cultivators? You bet your ass. This stuff is most likely going to be weaponized against other cultivators. But it'll probably not be in your lifetime.
Understood.
Eh. Who knows? They might even fuck it up. No, corporate, and all the red tape and all the bureaucracy and all the other crap. So, you know the business, or can I just stare off into space, smoke my cigarette?
Alrighty. Hope you like the pen. And I walk away.
We'll find out if I'm as good as I think I am. But see you. Your spatial ring feels muscularly heavier. It's just like, yes, money,
Oh,
how much money?
Junpo walks up to the Savalar. Let's see what we can do.
I mean, Jumbo, do you want to buy anything from here now? Or would you
You got
rather
money?
spend that somewhere else?
I
Well,
just put it into savings.
There's a certain aspect that I want to just put it all into the savings account and wait, but fire for combat, fire to fight, fire to see and see what I can do, and the need to build a strong combat foundation. I think I should go be forged, but I'm not sure if that can be done here. But I'm also sitting here. Well, I'll just go talk to the fire guy. I'll be back. Everburning Kieran.
Who wants the baton now? I will come back to you with the ever-burning Kieran,
Cool.
Mr. Poe. Just want to make sure everyone gets their rounds. All right.
I would like to use my final remarkable treasure with this dude again.
Yo.
Hey, if you've got time to make another thing for me before the end of this market, I was thinking of turning this here remarkable treasure into a training gi.
There I do clothing.
Awesome. I just want something that really helps accelerate the speed at which I learn things. Well,
I mean,
training
it's
it.
eminently doable.
Sweet.
So, just are we talking the basic practices, or are we talking like the pursuit of something
Pursuit of pinnacle
else?
skills.
Oh, all right. We can do that. You won't help you in anything else but that. Are you okay
That's
with it?
fine. Yes, of course.
Specificity is a necessity when you want efficiency and potency in your craft.
Of course.
If it does too much, it doesn't do those things very well, but it does all those things. But if it does only one or two things, that's what it does real well.
Excellent to hear.
If you guys could also put the things I owe you, because we are coming towards the end, in the Discord.
So,
Let's see. had to step aside for a second. Still working with Casey?
I'm just typing. I
Gotcha.
already said what I
I apologize.
wanted.
My bad.
Now what to pay him for this?
And this is a remarkable treasure.
A remarkable, yes.
10 supreme grade heaven earth cultivation crystals for payment.
Do you need some, Casey?
I do. You have all our wealth.
I don't have all your guys' wealth. I'm not actually holding on to any supreme heaven and earth crystals that I've been getting from you guys. I don't think I've gotten any. I just have the ones I've been holding on to for my crystals. As for Marshall coins and black iron meteorite, I have those.
Yeah, I don't think we've been paid in supreme grade heaven and earth crystals very often.
No, we haven't. And these are from my transactions and betting on the tournament.
Oh, I see. We can always
Accumulation.
convert Marshall coins into them later.
Yeah. Yeah, you ready?
Yeah.
Thanks.
You're welcome.
Thanks.
There's mine.
Ready for what?
Good question. Because if it's only 10, like I have 139 Supreme Heaven Earth crystals. I'm going to use 100 of them for a project, but
Always buy more, thank goodness.
so I'll give you those 10 there. Subtract.
All right. I'm pretty sure you guys can figure out the monies.
Yep.
Anything else for you? I pretty do appreciate your business. It's nice.
Oh yeah. You certainly have made for some interesting things that I'm looking forward to.
Yeah, it's also pretty nice to be able to practice the craft. Kind of frustrating. Sometimes passion of the discipline and the calling of the craft that just kind of drives a person.
You don't seem. You probably don't get too many unidentified treasures. Are there other places to get them?
There are. Every zone has one opportunity that delivers these. We basically go on a traveling rotation as a group. Sometimes we split off and do our own thing, but we all find our way to the same location at the same times, and it's the same route. In fact, we actually get special treatment from Zone 4, 5, and 6. None of us are really, well, except for Mr. Karen. He's a bit of an oddball, but he's got the power. We get special escort treatment. We don't have the cultivation to play in those areas. But because of our craft, and because we're well known for what
They
we
want
do,
you there.
they want us there because those people really put us to the test, and they have deep pockets. My goodness. Zone 4 onwards. Honestly, it feels to them like they're pulling out pocket lint from their very deep pockets, but we make a killing. But by the time we make it back to Zone 1 for this opportunity, we're all pretty much broke anyways.
Sure enough.
Crafting and cultivation is not cheap. Same with travel. Travel's very expensive. I just hope that the price for travel through Zone 5 isn't gone up this year again. Too fucking expensive, tell you what.
That's good information.
Well, yeah, Zone 5 is not for the faint of heart. But for those who are built for it, it's cultivation heaven. It's the closest you can actually get to the heavens in cultivation, like area of energy density.
Interesting.
Oh yeah, there's all sorts of elements everywhere too. So if you're ever looking to feed something elemental, that'd be the place to foster it. But it's Zone 5. You got to be pretty well along, or you got to be really well connected.
Fair, fair.
Yeah, we do a rotation. Once we're done here, we'll pack up. We got about 2-3 days to enjoy the checkpoint, and then we got to get moving. Otherwise, we won't make it to the next one in time.
I see. So you're just constantly traveling and then crafting.
It's our pride and joy. None of us, lose sleep over it. In fact, we cultivate by doing this.
I'm glad to hear
So-
that you found a good way to, I guess, practice your calling.
Yeah, I consider myself blessed. Most folk,
Sleeping.
they pursue more of the main branch of craft. It has a lot more verticality,
Would you like some?
For sure.
a lot more prestige. We're kind of an undercurrent society that only the people who know about unidentified items and their people's need to assess them. So, yeah, there's probably no more than 12 of us on the path, or at least the earthly path.
Hmm.
But yeah, we all
I guess
travel
it is.
together.
Quite the niche craft. That means you probably don't have many people teaching it either.
No, not at all. You either find us at one of these opportunities like this and join our travels and take up the discipline under one of our wings, or you kind of just don't bother wading in. I actually
Well.
picked up the craft in Zone 2. There's a rock quarry inside of a cave. I like that one because you get out of the heat, so you don't have to toil in the sun. But you bring a special bunch of pickaxes and you break rocks, and sometimes artifacts pop out, kind of like a little dig site.
Interesting.
Never seems to run out either.
Well, I've also never seen. Well, I imagine you've never seen the river run out either. Well, I guess it does each time.
Oh, the river never runs out. It just shifts. Just shifts and stretches different directions,
Sure enough.
And this is one of its big stretches that it does. Really goes that one direction. Gives us a brief moment to, pick through some trash. That's all.
Interesting.
Yeah. If we do see you in Zone 2, you'll need to move quick. We move a bit slow because we take the land routes. So If you have a sky route, you won't miss it. But look for Prospector's Cave. Bit outside Kazakukan.
Okay.
Simple's it.
Well, I appreciate the
We need more
information, and
friends.
I'll be back before the market closes to pick up my crafts from you, or identifications.
Well, the market will close. And when I'm starting to like pack up my tent, come by.
All right.
Because I'm going to be doing business and craft throughout the entirety of the market because I need to get my sales in. And then when there's basically nobody walking around and everyone seems to be done, that's when I'm crafting. And then when I start to take down my tent is when I basically announce that I'm done.
All right.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, that's my shopping done.
All right. John Boya.
I'm pretty much done too. The only thing I'm going to ask, well, I say that. I'm going to ask Mr. Havenlord to make sure the our people get something that can enhance their progress. I'd like to see a sword progress or something generalized for progress.
He does the spectacle, like he pushes up the spectacles. Well, I have an offer for 31,125 Marshall coins. I don't know if that helps us, but
Well, I'll see if Chung Po would like to invest. Chung Po, would you like to invest?
no, he
Oh.
he for the artifacts that you would be selling to the turtle.
Okay.
That's what Marshall coins he can get out of this guy.
Oh, I mean, you don't have to go to only this guy. These are the.
No, he's got him on the hook.
Oh, I
Turtle's
see.
like a full blown merchant,
Yeah.
so he's got the cash, and it's like, you mentioned Marshall coins, you have my interest. But as haggling goes, if you walk away, all of the work is done.
Gotcha. So
So it's
for
like,
the
is this satisfactory? Either they can do Marshall coins, or he can do that equivalent of value in cultivation resources.
and you said 3,000 something.
31,125.
Okay, that's got to be the last one.
The price went up when you gave him traded him the blossoming.
I figured as much.
Yeah. So.
All right.
Anyone want to buy a wealth factor of axes?
Mr. Havenlord, I think that's a fine deal then. Utilize
Very well.
that.
The money just goes to your pocket, and you can spend that how you will, because they don't really. The council's basically noted that Marshall coins are not permitted in large quantities in the card. They have
Gotcha.
some sort of DAO shaking principle,
Mhm.
and there's not enough solidification of the DAO and all of the DAO expressions in the card yet
Yeah.
for a large amassment of Marshall coins.
Okay.
They can get a couple dozen, but they need to spread them out throughout the facility.
Yeah.
But not 31 grand plus change.
Mhm.
So he's gonna hand that over to you. So 31,125.
Yep.
And then spend that however you like, or use other resources. He does recommend perhaps not chewing too deeply into your Marshall coins if they're that important to later cultivation.
Yeah.
I do realize
But
I
it
want
was
to
his
sell
pleasure.
my unremarkable treasures as well.
You could, yeah.
Well.
They're undefined, and all of the craftsmen are always looking for things to work on.
Yeah, that's important too.
Yeah. They'll give you 3 martial coins per unremarkable treasure
I'll
from
take
any
the
of the
15.
crafters.
What about junk?
Uh, for junk, they can give you a high grade heaven earth cultivation crystal per junk.
Okay. I guess I'll just keep that for Aethram. They might want junk.
Sure. So, I need a volunteer.
Yeah. For
Yep. Who goes first?
Oh, I have another thing actually. I realize
Darn.
the item of significant value that I got from the vault. I think I do want that to get identified, but I'm not selling it.
That is your binding to the vault.
Okay, so it's the key basically.
Yes, that's your re-access key.
Okay.
The vault will not recognize you or your position location without it.
Mhm.
And it remaining undefined means it's not defined by which path it's on.
Okay.
So if you do go to the Cosmic Road, so long as it remains undefined, it's
Still
like,
useful.
I don't know where I'm supposed to be.
Right.
But I'm a key. And you'll need to then, every time you go back in, re-etch that return rune. So
Okay. I was going to talk to the lady merchant here, but if you want to end it here on who
Oh.
goes first, that's fine too.
well, no, we're gonna go until you guys are satisfied with your interactions.
Yeah.
You could absolutely talk to people.
Excuse me.
Yes.
I saw you talking to my Dow companion, and I wanted to introduce myself. You can call me Larry. I was wondering if you were interested in a partnership of sorts. I'm starting to build a platform. I think you've already have a treasure pavilion. You're a part of an organization. But
Part of, I own it.
oh, perfect. I'm looking for how did I describe this? I I have the ability to connect people across vast distances. I currently have a partnership with Craw the Butcher, um, Cubex the Merchant, and Lost Histories. So 2 from the Night Market, 1 from the Cosmic Path. And
Sure.
oh, you'd like to join?
Grassroots movements like this are interesting, especially if you have access to esteemed individuals and one very far out there. I've even heard of Cubex, although very vaguely, but for me to have heard of him at all means he is most likely somebody very prominent in their field, despite being so far away.
All right.
Is there a buy-in price? Now that's the real kicker. Is there an investment cost to join? Is there annual fees? What's the price to use this network?
The price comes from me, actually, as it is my blood that signs the ability to happen in the first place. So, me taking a long-term investment to provide the connection. As for the buy-in, I think it's more important to have different opportunities to, reach with people and discuss and make the trades.
I'm
Like I said.
suspicious, though. No buy-in.
Right.
No contribution. No yearly or even monthly fee. Do you take a percent of our sales between each other?
Nope.
Is that what you do?
No, I don't. I mostly hold the contract, and you're fine with canceling it at any time at set intervals, depending on the moon. So you can either change the agreement, or you can end it. So I'm giving you
What's in it
guys.
for you? Why would you do all of this without payment?
It's the connection, the ability to interact with you. That's one of the biggest things of this platform.
So your benefit is that we're at your beck and call.
No. You're not at my beck and call. But the fact that I can actually get in hold of you across the cosmos, that's important.
So you were planning to go to the Cosmic Road,
Correct.
where the distances traveled can span years without civilization or contact, and you may need resources at any moment during the transition periods. You're trying to build yourself a network of
Correct.
contacts that you can access every single discipline at your own leisure. Fine. I am a merchant at heart. So having a network is always beneficial. So sure.
All right.
Consider me interested, and I'll even throw in a contribution fee for joining just to show up the other members.
Yes. Craw has already given something.
Ugh,
Cubics, not so much. But having him around or them around, I suppose, is nice. They've actually told me a little bit about the pyramidium, so that was pretty good payment, I'd say. And
I have heard that is not easy knowledge to get your hands on.
Another history is such a lovely individual that I couldn't bear to to take anything from them, as they seem so generous. So yes, Savalair is going to take 15 wounds as they are on the earthly path, and form the blood coin. This is, well, the connection, and then it will form into a contract for them. And
So they'll actually give you, instead of Lady Merchant, it'll be Lady Friend.
okay,
Yep. And they'll look it over. If there's no hijinks or shenanigans or gotchas or any stuff,
Nope.
they'll sign on, and you'll have access to a treasure pavilion.
wonderful. I was thinking, you know what? I should definitely put my foot out there and try, instead of just leaving this area by itself. So I was just like, I think that would be good, especially someone like this. And okay, yeah, that's it for me. I didn't really want to do anything else too crazy. Just have that, just have another connection. Perfect.
All right.
I'm done.
Anyone else want to talk to other NPCs?
Chun Po, Chun Po's I'm going to try and have like a certain level of reforging and building up something that makes his fire burn and stoke, and something that will hopefully also make it not question myself as much, have less doubts. But if it is late in session and we are ready to call it, I can either wait for that for next session or to.
Have a talk.
It might be a long talk.
We'll see.
I also have. Okay. Well. Everybody, Kieran. I casted out what I thought was not going to help. What I felt was not my fire. And now I have an opportunity for a forging of myself in a way that I feel will be what I actually want and what I want to seek.
A great start. Sometimes fire needs fuel. And if you have nothing easy to give up, sometimes you have to give up things that you would want to keep. But burning away things is not always bad. Sometimes, as cultivators, we become overladen, overburdened with everything that we have collected along our journey. So don't feel bad. Be not enlightened, but be free of those burdens and know that they will help you grow.
Is there anything I would? It is hard to ask for either an item or anything, or just something that even you forged. And I apologize. I sold the curse, but I now am interested in the Seeker obsessant.
That is totally fine. The Seeker Obsessor is a very simple approach. You cultivate a mindset. Maybe not sit down and actually cultivate, but meditate on the mindset that something about your Tao, something that you want to improve or make strong about yourself, is what you seek. Place it as number one priority, and then become obsessive about it. Now, there are a couple types of obsessions you can indulge in. One is the destructive type, where you focus on that and that alone at the cost of all else. But I think a healthy obsession, one where it takes in the consideration of tangential benefits. If I practice this, this becomes easier. If I practice this as well, I get stronger at all the things I do. That is a healthy obsession. It allows the full picture. But at the end of the day, the obsession is the only thing in your eyes. The obsession for you should be becoming very strong combat, so that when you step on the battlefield, you feel ready. Even if you are to lose, you feel ready to fight.
I want to fight the strongest and laugh and not play because it's combat, but I want to have fun doing our best to see the peaks of combat.
Then do it. That is a wonderful approach. Because if you see it as fun, then winning and losing do have meaning, but their meanings are different. It is when you stop having fun that you will need to be wary. That is the only downside of that approach. There are certain combats that are so infuriating, so sluggish, and so boorish that fun could not be found no matter how far you search.
Mhm.
Fighting a Bureaumancer would be one of them. You have to fill out 15 different multi-page long paperwork in excruciating detail just to get a single hit on me. Boring. So
Why
do be
does the
careful.
combatant bother with the Bureaumancer's notes?
Sometimes they're going to try and take your goodies. Fuck those guys. How dare they?
Indeed. But again, why would one even bother with, you have to fill out a paperwork form to fight me, when you could just ignore that piece of paper?
Why indeed?
Normally a threat of greater violence from an other or outside source.
Or the paperwork literally forbids you from doing so by borrowing the power of the path.
See, what the Never mind.
Exactly. My
Hmm. I want to, well, I feel like I could ask for an interaction where something happens with my fire and with forging and with coming out of this anew. I have a broken poison sword, but
fix it.
could that be done here?
No.
Okay. Hmm. Is there anything that could... Wait, no, I think I would just have to bolster my fire myself. There is a duality that I also am taking into account. Combat that is fun is one thing, and combat that isn't fun is very different and has a different flavor of flame to me.
Don't rush yourself into fun. There are certain combats that you're just going to be nervous about, some that are going to be tough and serious, and combat that you will dread. Finding fun comes with practice, comes with all of that obsessive seeking effort you've put into becoming powerful in combat. So that every time you walk in, even if you walk out defeated, you still went, I walked out alive and I'm not crippled. Who cares? And eventually, you'll just start to win. Or if you fight an opponent where it's like, this is a really bad matchup, or this guy's way out of my league, you still seem to find a way to get your hits in, or maybe even eke out a win. So, fun comes later. Fun comes after all the hard work and due diligence that is necessary to be good at combat. Let that obsession really assist you, because there are going to be some really annoying aspects and details of growing your combat prowess that is tedium. And without that obsession, a lot of people are like, is this even necessary? Is this even worth my time? To an obsessor, absolutely. Every single thing is worth it, especially if it pays off in the long run. 1% extra damage to every swing I do is pitiful early on. What if you grow that to 10% later on down the line? Just do obsessive diligence. Well, later down the line, you're cleaving mountains. And you're like, 10% feels real fucking good now, don't it? That's the difference. But you only get to have fun in those results if you put in the effort.
Another question.
Sure.
I was told to beat somebody at their own game up to a certain point, and then when you meet somebody who has nothing to do with what you have, beat them at your game.
Yeah, sure. Or just beat them up regardless.
So,
It depends. That's all I'm going to say. If you want me to clarify, I can.
well, I feel like I ask these questions often of, okay, so what is this? And the answer comes down to a level of you will figure it out if you actually do the thing rather than asking questions about all the things. And then it becomes very hard to think about what to do to build this, not just obsession, but to build a lasting thing. Because I can say my obsession is to try and fight everyone at their game, or every opponent at their own game, to understand how they fight and then to learn from it, even if I fail, to either try again next time or to then just say, well, I must fight them at my game to hold any
Lame.
chance.
Nah, lame. Too complicated. Fight them at your game if you got something you need to work on. If you're trying to figure out a move, or you're trying to like see if the combination of attacks are able to be chained together in a certain way. If you have the leisure to practice, play your game because you're practicing on yourself. You're enhancing yourself. If you have the leisure to play with your food, play them at their game. That's a wonderful learning experience. But that never should be your primary. At least in my humble opinion. I got stuff to work on constantly. I'm constantly making tweaks, alterations, improvements, efficiency changes, experimenting. So anytime I have a fight, I'm working on me. I may not be able to even take you out this combat because I'm all over the place. I've got a bunch of experimental crap that just doesn't work. So I gotta run away like a coward. Fuck it. I don't care. I've been laughed at and laughed out of places so many times. You know what's funny though? I've still made it past Golden Core.
That
Who's laughing now?
social damage is a doubt I fear, than that the doubts smother my flames.
Well, social fear comes from the social opportunity. If you are a combat monster, or what I would consider a hermit practitioner, or a wanderer practitioner, basically someone who no knee, no bitch. A lot of these groups run in circles because they're weak sauce practitioners. There are very few in this day and age martial practitioners who are part of clans that aren't elders or martial ancestors, or like cream of the crop, that are actual powerhouses. Most of the powerhouses of this generation are random schmucks off the street. They have a master, they have a piggy bank, and they have, kicking boots. They don't need a clan. They don't need the name of others. And it's a big social game for them because that is a form of power for them. They're part of a powerful martial clan, and image is important. Reputation is important. Honor is important. All of these things. But I'm not part of a clan. Not anymore. I left. Because that social system is also a shackle. I've embarrassed myself more times than I can count, but I've also burned all of the people who've ever laughed at me to ash.
Well done.
It's just a matter of how long you're going to be able to put up with it and how long your memory is. Because some people will do right by you by the time you get to that power, and some people double down and be like, "Hey, remember that time you ran away like a little bitch?" And I'm like, "Remember that time you were on fire and burned to ash?" And they're like, "No." Great, let me remind you. And then I killed him in front of all of his clan. They come attack me. I burn them. And then I go to war with their clan. But look, I'm so fucking strong at that point that it takes a martial ancestor to come out and fight me. And even then, they're like, "We lost a bunch of nobodies. It's not worth fighting over." And I walk off and I restore my honor. and they pick up the pieces.
Feel like someone along the social queue, I would have followed that very action every time. That's what I would want to do.
Right.
But once I have the
Gotta
power.
have the
But
strength for it.
yep, yes,
Because the reason why clans and houses are as strong as they are is 3 things: numbers.
quality.
Dear God, they'd never seem to run out. Like numbers. I don't know where they get them. Even small clans seem to have hundreds of dudes that'll come out of nowhere and they will bog you down. And then somebody actually halfway decent will get in a damaging hit, and then you kill a dozen dudes. Then you take another hit. You kill another 2 dozen dudes. You take 3 more hits, and you're like, oh, this can't go on. Large clans have tens of thousands of dudes to throw at you. And then the 5,000 dudes after that, they're all decent. Not good, but decent. And then the triangle gets smaller and smaller. A good example is the Lofty Sword Pavilion. I saw them trucking around on one of the other sides of the river. Those guys fit that model perfectly. They fit the triangle of power. At the bottom, they have tens of thousands of Zone 3 average Joes. But that's also 10,000 sets of eyes, ears, mouths, noses, and bodies to move along the path. Oh, fuck. They can be everywhere you can't. They also have an incredible support network. You could be put on a blacklist, and anyone they do business with goes, hey, either I do business with you and lose business opportunities with the pavilion, or I keep my pavilion contract and bar you. I think I'm going to go with the pavilion. So monetary connections is the second one you got to watch out for. And the third is, did you besmirch the honor of the sect as a whole? Because if you just fuck up one dude and his cadre, it's not that bad. If you take their flag, take a shit in it, and step on it, now you've picked a fight with the entire group. And the funny part is, their memories are so long because there's so many people to carry on the memory of grudge. The grudges I have will go away in my lifetime because I will die, and I have no one to carry on my grudges. A sect can carry on grudges for generations. So you have clan feuds. You join the clan, you didn't know about this other group, but now that you're part of this clan, those guys are mortal enemies forever. You weren't enemies with them before. Welcome to the clan. So that's what you're looking at.
Well, I think I am at a point where I'm actually very, very strong. And I am not spec'd for combat, but that can be changed.
Got a lot of time for it. You're still young. You're doing pretty damn well for being so young. So keep it up.
I'll give a bow to the ever-burning Kieran. I'll actually move over to Elder.
Okay. All right. Who wants to
I'm good.
volunteer?
Me.
Go first.
I
All
will
right.
volunteer.
I volunteer. I'm not.
All right.
I'm.
Your master had reached down right before the first movement of river and grabbed a trash pile, shook it, and then went blat.
Oh,
You can either take a undefined thing or
Yeah.
a defined thing from the pile.
I like what you said about how we could go to the cosmic route, and then if it's undefined, still we could get something from it. But I want something defined now.
Okay. Then it'll be about luck. This one will be a 3% shift up or down whenever you roll a luck test.
Okay.
No cost. No slot required. You clip it on your person. You can have it be a pendant, an earring, or a button for your suit, whatever shape you want it in.
Okay.
3% regardless of die size. Shift.
Okie dokie.
All right. Which one of you two also wants to volunteer?
I will volunteer.
Okay. Your master found you a stick.
Oh,
It
I love
is
sticks.
a turbo durable stick. You can use your nothingness 100 times before it breaks.
Ooh.
You will have to count the charges, though. It is not a sword. It looks like a slightly crooked wrought iron bar.
I could probably get that enhanced in somewhere.
If it doesn't degrade too far from nothingness, but yeah.
I just don't use it. I'll just use
Yep.
my rapiers of large quantities.
You can even use an axe and be like, I have a wealth factor of axes. Bah! It disappears.
That is true.
Bah! It disappears. You won't be able to use your fancy sword techniques, but weapon's a weapon to be fed to the nothing machine. All right, that leaves you, Mr. Poe. Your master came back with a bunch of goodies. Like the Grinch stole Christmas, like sack over their shoulder.
Damn.
Yeah. I found some goodies.
I found misfortune and then I sold it.
Good for you. Did you at least make stonkin' bank?
1,000,000 Marshall coins.
Very good. Halfway to what you need,
Huh?
at least. Halfway of what you need minimum.
Trying to think of, well, I'm wondering of ways to, for one, spend this to create something more to what, or well, to create something for myself, but also to then use what is left over in investments to help with the other half. Or I'd do this again and find something.
You've done this once. If you're going to
I
do it
have done this
again,
one.
do it at another site. Because the river remembers you if you come back.
There's one more opportunity left before technically we would leave Earth.
Yes.
Or the road. So, I guess trying to get the most out of that opportunity.
I'll tell you about it.
Okay. I mean, it's
But I think
6
it's
months.
best to say it just once with all the other three, the other homies,
Yes. Yeah.
your dog
Understood.
pens.
Understood.
So a sack of goodies. We'll go through it back at the hideout. I'm
Heck
not
yeah.
selling this to any of these yahoos,
Yeah. Gotcha.
but they're probably not the swag or bling that you are expecting. I found historical pieces.
Ah.
One would even say lore pieces. Yeah, I hawked all the good stuff. All the other people who found lore pieces I wanted, and I traded them. And apparently, I was the loser on all the trades, at least by their expressions. Little do they know, cultivation, baby. I can get money later.
Heck yeah.
All right, but I think I might have picked up a couple of things for you. I was a bit of a lore haze. I was going as fast as I could. It kind of became a blur, so I'll have to reopen the sack. But I think I did pick up something for you. I just don't remember what it was.
Gotcha.
Was it a set of chopsticks? No. Was it nunchucks? I don't remember.
Understood. That would be interesting. Chopsticks for the devourer. But also nunchucks.
All right. I'll get back together. and are making your way back, the Lorekeeper will talk to you about the fourth opportunity.
Okay.
So 1 checkpoint 4. There's a lake that you will be involving yourself with. Under the full moon, the reflection of the moon on the lake creates a door. You enter through that door, and you will fight. You will fight a reflection. It'll most likely be yourself. If you win, you may have the opportunity, depending on how well you did against yourself, to fight any of the other reflections that have ever been recorded. So those reflections will then kind of eke their way out of the dark and propose to fight you. But only if you have a good showing against yourself. This is one of the only ways to pick up a decent chunk of Gestalt this side of the zone. And if you can beat the impossible in combat, basically an opponent so overpowered in comparison to yourself, you might earn a rift. But don't hold your breath on that. Okay.
Fight ourselves, and then possibly stronger reflections if we win.
Mhm.
This might be very difficult for me. But we're going to give it my all every time. Out of character. Closing session.
Yeah.
Okay. That's kind of what I thought. I was just wanting to make sure.
Yeah, it's fight yourself, fight other reflections that have also beaten themselves.
Gotcha.
Definitely be as solid in combat as you possibly can. Because you might fight some people wildly outside your weight class if you beat yourself. Because the reflecting pool doesn't care if you skip over it. Go do whatever you need down the path. Maybe go zone 2, zone 3, maybe even zone 4. You can come back and do it later and fight yourself then. You can only ever do it once. But
we are going to space after this.
Right.
After that.
So, ideal strategy being come back and use it, and you need a massive comparison test and the ability to work some stuff out on your sheet. However, yeah, you guys are going to space. Not exactly ideal.
Okay. Fuck. Either remind me at the beginning of next session, or I wanted to ask Elder Undying Sword about well, partially cosmic martial arts, but also the not just Passion of the Four Elements, but son of a bitch, I DM'd you on it.
Cool.
Foundation's
Well,
Orbit. Sorry.
you guys enjoy the rest of your day. This was good. I can't believe you got 1,000,000 Marshall coins, but I'm proud of you. But yeah, we'll call it here. Thanks for the session, Matt.
My pleasure, guys. We'll have
Thanks
successfully
much.
wrapped up the entirety of the checkpoint 3 opportunity along with the market afterwards.
Yep.
And we will go back to the slog of getting ready for the last opportunity in zone 1.
And yeah.
And
Yeah.
then
Back to progression.
yeah, back to progression, baby.
Yes.
Thank you very much.
Heck yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
Till next time, guys.
Yes.
Bye.